can't open it. The lock's not releasing. They were having a problem with the front door.
Joe, you got a grandmaster key? It may be that it's manual lock.
I don't think there's a manual lock on this one.
You got ready?
Oh, okay.
Got here in the lick of the split time. There you go, your water. Good. Okay. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, no, I see from your... Okay, y'all ready? Everybody ready? Good evening, and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council meeting. We're so glad all of you can join us this evening. Today is Tuesday, November 20th, 2018. On behalf of the council and the staff, we want to wish you all a very happy Thanksgiving. We have a lot to be thankful for, so thank you for being here. I'd like to call on our new fire chief, Mike Naughton, to please lead us this evening in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you would all please stand. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chief. Just a few housekeeping reminders before we begin our meeting this evening. Please turn off your cell phones or silence them. We'd greatly appreciate that so it doesn't interrupt our meeting. And we also want to welcome the people who are at home or maybe at their office that are viewing our meeting this evening on live stream. So welcome to you as well. If you could, when you come to the podium, please speak into the mic. We're just finding that when I listen to the tape after the meeting, if we don't actually speak into the microphone, we don't get a good pickup for the people at home. So if you'll just remember that. And then we do have a local rule that says that at any of the agenda items, if you'd like to add something to the discussion, no need to sign up. Just after the presentation and council discussion, if you have anything that you'd like to add, just raise your hand and you may come to the podium and you have 3 minutes to speak on any agenda item. And that's excluding, of course, citizens to be heard. Anybody can speak at citizens to be heard as well. Okay, so with that said, let's begin. We have several presentations this evening, and our first is I'd like to welcome Mary Key, a member of our Earthwise Living Committee, and she's going to give the annual report. And welcome, Mary, and we're so glad you're here. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to give the report on the Earthwise Living Day Committee and the activities of the Earthwise Living Day Committee for the year 2017 to 2018. The committee is made up of between 5 to 10 members at any given time. The mission is to develop a sustainable way of life, for example, household waste management, waste conservation, energy conservation, native plant gardening, wildlife preservation, organic community gardening, air quality, alternative energy sources, alternative modes of transportation, health and nutrition, general environmental education, and rainwater harvesting. We just had Texas Recycles Day last Saturday. This event was added in 2016. Texas Recycles Day is a statewide campaign aimed towards education and awareness about the benefits of waste reduction and recycling. The event is held in November of each year. Leon Valley is held at the Public Works Service Center, 6429 Evers Road, and the recyclables that were collected include cardboard and paper, metal, small appliances, batteries, plastic bottles and bags, oil, unused and old medications. We can't accept anything that has Freon in it, though. These are some pictures of the Recycles Day. Earthwise Living Day Committee plans and organizes their annual Earthwise Living Day event. This event is held on the first weekend of March each year at the Leon Valley Community and Conference Center complex. The event hosts speakers and exhibitors that promote the committee's mission. There are approximately 300 to 500 people that attend this event. And if you haven't gone, I'd recommend you attending because it's very informative. Here's some pictures of last year's event, or this past year, past March. This year's Texas Recycles Day will be held on November 17th, which already happened, from 8 to 11. The next Earthwise Living Day will be held on March 2nd, 2019, from 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. This coming year's theme is Earth Matters. Earthwise Living Day, and that's it.
Okay, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
I just wanted to add that this is the 30th annual Earthwise Living Day. So we are one of the oldest, if not the oldest, environmental fair in Bexar County that we can take credit for. Also, on our Texas Recycles Day last Saturday, one of the needs that we heard from our citizens who did show up is hazardous waste. And so I know I spoke with the manager about putting the 1-800 number on our e-news that you can call, and it's waste management actually, and it's a Bexar County grant that will come to your home to get your hazardous waste like paint and kerosene and gasoline and fluorescent bulbs. We didn't take those, and a lot of people had brought those on Saturday. On Saturday. What else? I guess that was it. But anything else that you wanted to add, Mary? And we always are looking for new members.
Right.
I mean, we're really more like 5 members instead of 10. So if you'd like to join the committee, we'd love to have you because it's a lot of fun, and we also have kind of switched our focus from speakers now to children, and so we bring in about 8 elementary, middle school, and high school students to sing and perform at Earthwise Living Day now. We've been doing that for about 2 or 3 years, and so that's been a real plus for our event.
And Chris Riley has been one of the founding members.
Yep, that's I'm attached to the hip. Yeah, okay.
Very
So anyway,
nice.
very passionate about Earthwise. But thank you so much, Mary, and thanks to all the other committee members who were not able to be here tonight. We appreciate their volunteer spirit. All right, moving then to our next presentation. It's with great pleasure I'm going to ask Roger Christensen, our Park Commission Chairman, to please give the 2018 Park Commission Annual Report. And welcome, Mr. Christensen. And how many years have you been chair now? I know it's been quite a number, so we thank you for your leadership.
I wasn't prepared to respond to that question.
Oh,
but
that's
thank you.
okay. I just know it's been more than one. It's probably been about 10. So anyway, thank you and welcome.
So, good evening. I am not familiar with this microphone.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Too loud, too soft?
You're good.
Good deal.
Thank you.
I must begin this report by acknowledging Director Morris's efforts in preparing this report. I'm a complete klutz when it comes to merging photos and documents. Thank you for her assistance.
Good.
My main contribution to the report are the photographs. With your permission, rather than read this PowerPoint word for word, I would like to add comments from time to time.
Sure.
This annual report will include the Park Commission's purpose, duties, background, accomplishments, physical impact, listing of next steps, and a list of the commissioners. With background, The Park Commission has been established by City Council and authorized by the Leon Valley City Code. It includes 9 regular members, 2 alternates, 1 council liaison, 1 staff member appointed by the City Council for a term of 2 years, counterminious with the mayor. I'm sorry, but counterminious has to be a word only a lawyer could love, meaning no offense.
Yeah.
Our regular meetings are at 6:30 p.m. on the second Thursday of each month at the Leon Valley Conference Center. We prepare and submit recommendations for park regulations and improvements to City Council for adoption. We assist the City Council in development, maintenance, and regulation of city parks as the Council may prescribe. We serve as a liaison for the city with the public for park matters. We prepare and submit recommendations to City Council concerning items to be purchased for the parks. Next, please. With accomplishments. We have increased, one more. One more.
There you go.
There we go. Thank you. We've increased the park rental fee, recommended increasing the park rental fees to account for inflation. We split the pavilion rentals into 2 tiers to increase revenue. We have completed a mid-level rehab of Raymond Rinkus Park. We have overseen the development of Old Mill, Struenthaler Silo, and the Ridge at Leon Valley Parks. We begin revising the Parks and Recreation Open Space Master Plan. Accomplishments. The Hebner Cemetery has been restored. We recommend the approval and development of a bioswale at Raymond Rinkus Park. We recommended the approval of the Veterans Memorial Park at the Community Conference Center grounds. We developed a survey to be sent to all residents of Leon Valley to prepare for the master plan. We recommended the approval of a pocket park or mini park on Alverde Road. We installed a Monarch Way Station at the community garden. Not included in this report are ongoing activities like the ballpark, athletic fields, and others that you are familiar with primarily in Raymond Rinkus. With the Hebner Cemetery restoration. Oops, here we go. This is a new wrought iron fence that has been installed to replicate the historical period when the cemetery was installed, complete with a marker listing the various activities. The stonemasons who repaired the wall and the monument fabricated pieces to restore the monument from stones that were available on site. Next, please. Struenthaler Silo, including recreation areas, children's playground, adult playground, or adult exercise equipment. Here we have both a recycle and trash can in Leon Valley colors, and of course with the name of the park itself. It includes not only playground, but contains a children's little free library. Next, please. The Ridge Park at Leon Valley, the detention pond, whose purpose is to retain water during heavy rains and gradually release it. We have exercise and children's playground. Next, please. This is there we go. Handicapped access from Caraway Sidewalk to the park. And, well, gee whiz, that one just slipped in there twice. Sorry about that. On to the next. At Old Mill. Contains, once again, a little free library, playscape, pavilion, handicap parking access with parallel street parking with crepe myrtles planted along the walking trail. The Veterans Memorial Park, if we can go next, and I think we're all familiar with this. What a wonderful addition and compliment to our veterans. Next, please. the Monarch Way Station near the community garden. Here we can see exquisite plantings of butterfly attractors, including sage, salvia, lantana, and milkweed, with parts of the community garden available in the background. Next, please. This is a proposed park off Alverde, containing almost 2 acres that is up on top of the hill and out of the floodway. I think this would make a wonderful addition, and thank you. Additional accomplishments. Next, please. Well, we're kind of backing around here. Can we go back? Back one. Well, we'll get through this. These are our bike racks at Raymond Rinkus. And I think one of the things that's really important to understand is that city parks not only provide a wonderful environment for exercise. I think it goes to say that a healthier body leads to a healthier mind. But the other thing that sometimes is overlooked, parks are meant for people to have fun. And when I look at these, I say, wow, that's fun. And that's entertainment.
And they don't use them as bike racks. They use them as climbing equipment.
I am not surprised.
Because they attract them, yeah.
Okay, next please. We intend to complete revisions to the Parks and Recreation Open Space Master Plan. Since this report that I'm making right now has been prepared about 2 months ago, we've had some changes, and the schedule for the master plan is being delayed or postponed to later on in the winter to spring. We intend to include various photographs and illustrations to help everyone understand the intent of the master plan. We intend to complete the Silo, Old Mill, and Ridge Parks and the Hetherington Trail. The United States Army Corps of Engineers is working on the Hebner Creek feasibility project. We want to, we're making recommendations to develop the lot next to the large park at Raymond Rinkus, and to develop the lot on Peachtree, which I understand is a subject for discussion later on today. If we can go on. Some of the things that we're looking at for next year that have also been approved is the shade cover for the large playground at Raymond Rinkus, a playground and picnic shelter at the Ridge at Leon Valley Park, outdoor fitness equipment for Old Mill, improvements to the vacant lots at Peachtree and Poss, and the construction of a bioswale at Raymond Rinkus. Can we go on? I would like to recognize the current park commissioners, myself, Danielle Bolton, Belinda Ely, Carolyn Gabriel, Kathy Hill, David Smith, Geraldine Rodriguez-Smith, Jack Dean, Michelle Elizondo, and Chris Erickson Cano. In conclusion, I want to thank the council for its support and to the Public Works Department for establishing and maintaining our parks and recreation and open spaces area. That concludes my report.
Okay.
Are there questions?
Thank you. Well, let me ask if there are any questions from the council or from any. Yes, sir. Councilor Martinez.
I just want to publicly acknowledge Mary and Roger for the excellent presentations they gave. In my opinion, these two committees are working the way committees should work, and I really appreciate, and I've been an advocate since I've been on council, to get a yearly report from the committees. Let the citizens know what they are doing and the good work they are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I think we all ditto that. We appreciate all the volunteer spirit in Leon Valley. We do appreciate it. Doing a great job. Keep it up. Thank you so much, and thanks to Melinda Morris, who is the staff liaison to the Park Commission as well. And I didn't thank the liaison to the Earthwise Living Committee is Yvonne Acuna, so we'd like to thank Yvonne for her help with that committee as well. Thank you. All right. If there's no further questions, then we'll move then to agenda item number 2.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the 2019 Town Hall meeting agenda items. And we have Ms. Kinsler, our city manager, here to present this evening. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening,
Bet.
Council. So just wanted to do a quick recap of what you all did this year. And this summarizes what we talked about last year at our 2018 Town Hall meeting. Dr. Romero, of course, starts it out. We get an update on our progress from the previous year's Town Hall meeting. We had an audit team update. We have benefits of a home rule city as it related to Leon Valley. Oops. We had an update on our solid waste services because we had just changed vendors at that time. Update on the swimming season, potential uses of the vacant lot at Peachtree and Poss, Bandera Road options, update on our strategic goals, and then we had a question and answer period for 30 minutes. So right now, from what I've heard, as far as suggestions go, this is all I have. And so I wanted you all and the citizens to tell us what you want on the 2019 Town Hall meeting agenda. We would start it out, unless you didn't want to, recapping what we did last year, because you all have done that consistently. The other thing we had discussed was it appeared to me that the council wanted to solicit more input on the animal ordinance. And so that was up there. An update on the red light camera program. I know Mayor Riley in particular is really an advocate of making certain that we're very transparent about that program and about those funds, and you know the direction that it's taking. So that's up there. Home rule charter, and that's really just giving the staff some direction for 2019 because we'll need to. That'll have to go to the voters again if there are any amendments. So if you all want to reappoint the same committee, new committee, or at least give the same committee, you know, the option to serve again. Possibly beginning the updates in the spring because you'll have an election in November. And that's all I have that I've heard, but I'm sure, you know, maybe you have more. Maybe there's something up there you don't agree with. I know that you all would love to hear from citizens if they want anything up there. But we need to go ahead and get that agenda together, and we need to go ahead and get Dr. Romero hired if that's what you choose to do.
Okay. When is our deadline to actually finalize this so that we can, you know, start advertising and do postcards? Do we have another meeting to where we can kind of discuss it and then finalize it at the next meeting, or?
We could discuss it again in December, but
the
beginning of January, the postcards need to go out because sometimes they take up to 3 weeks to get out. And so staff will come back, it'll be crazy, and those postcards will need to get out probably the end of that first week. So, you know, we don't have to decide this evening. I just would like some input and some direction so that I make certain that staff is doing what you want us to do.
Okay, very good. We did post on e-news on Friday. Did you get anything from any of the citizens? We kind of, you know, wanted to see if we could capture anybody from that was on the e-news that had some ideas. We didn't get anything there, and of course we'll hear from you this evening as well. I think on the red light camera or the red light program, any extra money that we have in Tier 2, we have to use it for safety program. So, you know, I'd like to get a brainstorm from our citizens on what they'd like to see, because I think we have, you know, I know the Citizens Police Advisory is an excellent program, but again, just broadening that. And then also the impound lot. We do have money left over from the impound lot, don't we, from last year to this year that we didn't spend?
Yeah, we show the revenues every time they do a thing on the impound lot.
I think we had a surplus, and so I know that goes into the reserve, but still,
Correct.
That's and I don't know how we want to spend that money. And anything else in the police department that I think the 1/8 cent sales tax already been designated for.
Citizens have spoken on that one.
On that one, and that did pass, by the way. I was going through the packet, and on page 62, under the minutes for the park, and Melinda, correct me if I'm wrong, but you had mentioned on those minutes that y'all wanted the Poss Peachtree to come back to the town hall meeting. Is that correct? I just wanted to ask you, because as I was reading the packet today, I noticed that, and that wasn't up there, so I didn't know.
Yes, ma'am, they had some more ideas for it that are pretty exciting, and so they put a proposal together, and so I need to bring that back to council at some point.
Okay, so either to council or to the town hall meeting. Okay, all right, very good. Okay, well, that was just let's start with the discussion up here. Is any other counselors have anything else to add to our list of agenda items?
Bandera Road, status of Bandera Road.
Well, we could definitely do that. We could. I'm sure we'll have a status by that time. And we go every month. So the other thing is that I'm not sure. I know a couple of. I sent the manager all of the town halls that we've had from 2011 through 2018. We've had a town hall every January. And in 2017, we talked about infrastructure. And I don't know where we are at on that. And I didn't know if we needed, an update on infrastructure. I know it's a big number. It's like, Melinda, it's like $40 million, or tons of money to get our infrastructure. But I don't know if that's something that we'd like to address. Just throwing that out. So, anyone else?
I think that's an excellent.
Well, it's a need, as we all know. It's a need. So, okay. Anything else? Ms. Alcacer? You have anything that you'd like to add? And if not, let me open it up to our citizens and our guests as well. Yes, please go ahead.
I push the chickens and cats.
That's right, the chickens and the cats. We're going to talk about that.
And I agree with the infrastructure,
Okay.
particularly with the public works edifices, which are always neglected, and getting some drainage in other neighborhoods.
Okay. All right. That sounds good. All right.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
is there any way we can talk about business development in Leon Valley and the process of bringing a business or opening a business in Leon Valley? Seems to be some confusion on whether Leon Valley is friendly, business friendly or not, so forth and so on. So I'd like to, if we could just talk about it and have a brief overview of what, the process is to bring a business into Leon Valley, and for the people, the citizens to understand that we're in compliance with the law and so forth. I think it would be educational, if nothing else. It's just something to consider.
Okay.
And to include on that, how many have actually come?
Okay. We'll add that to the list. Okay. Anything else? I'm sure we could broaden that business too, like what businesses have come in and what, what's
Absolutely.
pending, and,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
people,
Retention.
people don't, I know people see our vacant shopping center at Seneca, but there's other projects that are going on that I think we need to communicate as well. Is that what I'm
Absolutely.
hearing? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Very good.
So more
All right.
like an informational presentation is what you're looking at. Is that what I'm hearing?
Informational, as well as progress that's been made over the last couple of years as far as businesses coming in, letting people know that we're open for business.
Mm-hmm. And maybe some ideas from our residents on what type of businesses to pursue. Again, I'm thinking of the clicker, of
Right.
how we can get citizen input, because this is all about getting our citizens to communicate back to what they would like.
Sure,
So,
absolutely.
all right.
Excuse
yes.
me.
Councilor
I think
Edwards.
fitting in with that, maybe you could partially slide in the issue of the role of the Economic Development Advisory Committee, and in conjunction with some changes that have been made recently in staff, and so that's something I would suggest.
Okay. We have a new person that's heading that. All right. Let me open it up then to our citizens and our guests in the chambers this evening. Is there anything that you would like to add to our discussion on the town hall meeting, our annual town hall meeting? Okay, and then how about Dr. Romero? Thank you very much. I know y'all are thinking, so if something pops up, just let me know. And how about Dr. Romero? Is it the consensus to ask her again from UTSA? She is a I think she's the vice president of University of San Antonio, UTSA, there we go, University of Texas at San Antonio. And she's been our moderator since, I believe, 2020, no, let's see,
The first year I got here.
2016, 16, 17, and 18, so 3 years. Okay, so yes, let's invite her again. Yes, Ms. Kika, you'll need to come to the podium because we are taping the meeting, so we'll need to hear from you.
I'm interested in hearing more about flood control.
Okay, that would fall under infrastructure, so we'll put that underneath that as well. Thank you. Melinda, would you have an update on the grant that we received from the the government
Engineers.
Yeah, the Corps of Engineers. Okay, and that's to look at our flooding issues right along Bandera Road. Okay, very good. So we can incorporate that. All right. Yes.
So with the LC-17 project, will it be completed by that time, or?
Well, on January 15th, 2019, I have already confirmed with Renee Green, who's the county engineer. She will be here to give us an update on the LC-17. So that was January 15th. So we will, and I'm going to invite the people along the creek and El Verde and Seneca to come and ask questions. It is not, to my understanding, it's not going to be done. I think we were supposed to be done by the end of the year. It's not.
Right.
It's still pending, but I don't know what the timeline is.
It's
So
now
we're gonna-
called LC 2019.
LC 2019, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah.
All right.
At some point.
It was supposed to have been done a long time ago, but as we know, everything, things take time. That's what I'm learning in life.
Right. Well, will that be a good time to update the citizens, or we won't have an update until after that meeting?
Well, actually, we'll have an update on
Before.
January 15th, on before.
Okay.
Yeah. So we could incorporate that into infrastructure? I don't know. What do
Flood
you
control?
think?
Flood control?
It is flood control, and, yeah. What do you think?
I definitely think we could do that, but the other thing I think we could do is after the city council meeting, and then this is your decision, but after the city council meeting, I think we need to do an update on e-news, on our website. I think we need to get out there and be proactive about an update. We've had such a hard time getting updates that I think that would be really helpful to get out there and really get the word out. And, maybe even have a table at the town hall meeting where I'll volunteer Melinda or somebody to sit with some information about LC-17, just so people know what's going on. Just a thought, since we'll be fresh off of a council meeting, just having the presentation done, and we will invite everybody along the creek. So, but
Right.
This is your meeting.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
So what I heard
Okay.
is that you're okay with the agenda up there, but that you would like added a status update on Bandera Road. You would like an update on infrastructure, and we had that was on the 2017 town hall meeting, which included, as a request by Ms. Key, very well taken, on flood control. Business development update about what it takes to open a business in Leon Valley, more of an educational type presentation. Possibly some clickers on what type of businesses the residents would like. And we're probably going to have to be careful about that wording because we don't want to give anybody false hope because of the demographics of the city. So we want to be careful with that one, but we can sure work on that. And then also, I guess, the ordinance that the council approved for the Economic and Community Development Advisory Committee, you want to go over that. Is that what I heard?
Well, I thought it was going to be under the business development. No?
Right, that's
Or is
all
it
under
separate?
business development. Those were all the
Okay, yeah.
topics I got under business
Okay.
development. Did I get
Okay,
that right?
good. All right. Just so I heard that right.
Not really the ordinance, just the role of the Economic Development Advisory Committee, and, in light of some changes that have occurred with staff, how we might proceed, just a discussion of it.
Okay, but you're going to want to know how they currently are supposed to operate under the ordinance, right?
Yeah, we could.
Because then that way you can say
put that
if you
there,
want to
yeah.
change it.
I don't know that I want to change it, I just want to
Just an update.
address it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we could, I know we have that UTSA outreach for the breakfast and see, again, just kind of a broad.
Overview.
Broad
Okay,
overview.
I'll work
Is
on
that
that
okay?
with Mr. Cox. This would be a great project for him.
Just what he wanted.
Oh, welcome to Leon Valley.
And then I understood that we unanimously decided that you all would like Dr. Romero to be the moderator again.
Right.
And if I do happen to get citizen input, I'll bring it up to you next
Okay.
time during
So-
the manager's report.
Could you, like, maybe next meeting, like, draft the
Sure.
agenda, with the suggested times? Because, again, we have a 4-hour window, so let's try to use it to the best of our ability.
You bet.
And then we could all kind of see it, maybe adjust it, say, oh, we should put this one first, and what do y'all think? I mean, since I think we have at least another meeting before we have to absolutely finalize it.
Sure,
Right?
I agree.
So, all right. Very good.
I suggest 2 minutes on cats and 1 minute on chickens.
Oh, more like,
Chief Salvaggio would support that,
more
I
like
think.
1 hour on cats and 1 hour on chickens, right? Uh-huh. That's right. People love our chickens
Our
and love
critters.
our fair
We do.
cats in Leon Valley. Okay, very good. Thank you so much. I think if
You're
there's no,
welcome. I think
no
I got
further questions,
great
then I think
direction
we've got some good direction.
to
Thank
do
you.
the draft.
I
You're
really
welcome.
appreciate it. All right. Then moving then to agenda item number 2.4, we have our monthly financial report, October 2018. We have Ashley Wayman, our Assistant Finance Director. Good evening, Ashley, and welcome.
Good evening. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I'll be going over the October 2018 monthly financial report. Just something to keep in mind about this report, any 2018 numbers that we're showing, fiscal year 2018 numbers, are not final. They're not audited, and they are still subject to change. So we'll just keep that in mind as we go through the presentation. All right, starting with our general fund, ad valorem is actually up a little bit from where it was last year at this point. It came in at $119,870 for the month of October. You'll notice we don't have any sales tax to show you, and that's again because sales tax is 2 months behind. So the amount we received for the month of October actually is accrued back to August. So we won't be seeing any sales tax in our fiscal year 19 reports until December when we receive October's amount.
Okay, but next month, will you give us what it was for the 2018, right? And what our percentage was up? I think it was 5.8 or something.
Right, yeah.
before.
As of the one we received now that was back to August, we were up 5.47%.
Okay, I was close.
And I think November is also about 5.19%.
All right.
So we're right on track. We're doing
Alrighty,
good.
thank you.
But we'll see them on a report in December. Other than that, our license, permits, fees, and fines are also up from last year. A large part of that, again, is red light camera, 61% of that, and $197,643 is due to red light camera.
So 67% of 324,000 is
61%, yes.
Is 61% of that is red light cameras.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, and then our impound lot is 5% of that.
5%.
At 15,195.
Okay.
And everything else is your court 14%, building fines and fees 31,000. So we're about on track there.
Mm-hmm.
Our expenditures in the general fund are all tracking. Mostly right now, this early in the year, all of our expenditures are personnel for the most part, or largely personnel.
Okay.
Moving on to our water and sewer fund, our water sales are actually up a little bit from where they were last year. They came in at $91,091. So they're up about 4.7. They're at about 4.7% of budget. Other than that, everything in the water and sewer fund seems to be tracking okay, as well as with expenditures.
Okay.
Our community center fund, there are not hotel and motel taxes to report yet for fiscal year 2019. The quarter ended December 31st is the first quarter that we'll see, and we have to receive those by the end of January. So our January report will be the first one to show hotel motel taxes.
All right.
Our community center and conference center rental fees are actually looking pretty good, a little better than they came in last year at this time.
Mm-hmm.
So we're hopeful on those, and again, our expenditures are on track. Moving on to economic and community development. Again, this is part of the general fund, but we just break it out here so you can see a little bit more. We do not have actual fiscal year 18 numbers because these we report on a year-to-date basis. And because those numbers are still unaudited, we're not reporting those at this time. We should have those by February when the auditors get.
I was just wondering for transparency and just keep us on track. Can we take that expenditure of $299.19? I realize it's based on a year's worth of revenue, sales tax, but can you itemize it like personnel, expenditures, like projects, contract, other, just so we can see what we're spending in each one of those categories?
We can do that on each one.
I guess I'm most interested in the projects, like how much money do we have designated for projects, and which ones have we funded, or which one are we going to fund, or whatever.
Absolutely,
So I
the
just
project
think, because that really doesn't tell us anything.
Right, and of course, as of this, right now,
'cause
we
it's our
don't have
first.
any for this year.
Exactly.
It's our first, and that's actually all personnel. The 10,377 right now is all personnel.
All personnel.
But we do try to normally break it up so y'all can see what we're spending all of our expenditures on.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Oop. Our red light cameras, for the month of October, we collected $197,643 in camera fines. That's about 11% of what we have budgeted. $15,325 in late fees and court costs, which is about 77% of what we have budgeted. So
is that how I'm reading it? We only budgeted $20,000 for late fees for the whole year?
Correct. Yes, to be a little conservative, and we
haven't
haven't
seen
seen
especially when you look at the actual
little.
was 86. I mean,
Right.
So we're going to go way over that.
Yes, exactly.
And by the way, as I learned last year when I was doing the report for red light cameras, all of the late fees are kept.
Get to keep, correct.
Yes, exactly. We don't share it with the state.
Right.
So.
Yes, they'll go straight to our traffic safety program.
Mhm.
And it is important to remember that even though the 197,643 is our total revenues, we will be, after administrative costs, be splitting that with the state. So just to keep in mind altogether.
And that was my question. Are we going to have to wait until the end of this fiscal year before we know how much money we have to spend on the safety programs, Tier 2?
So we keep a monthly track of it. We're able to pretty well estimate how much we can spend. And of course, we won't hold off spending at all in that category because we do have personnel in Tier 2 that we are paying for. But we have a pretty good idea as the months go on of how much we have. So we try not to go over monthly amounts of revenues minus our administrative expenses, and then half of that we try to keep it about there. So we don't know exactly till the very end of the fiscal year, but we have a pretty good idea as it goes along.
Okay. So I guess if we had a need, we're going to have to wait until the end of the fiscal year before we can spend that, like a traffic light, for instance.
If it's,
We'll just have to play it by ear.
Right, you kind of play it as you go along, and we'll be able to see pretty well what they're trending. But again, we don't have even a full year of data to go on. So, but as it gets closer, you'll start to see other expenditures come in, and they're tracked, and we're making sure that we're not going to go over that amount. So.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
As far as our expenditures in Tier 1, which is the amounts that we account for and then report to the state, we just have personnel of $26,080. And then Tier 2, our traffic safety program of $17,149. Finally, our impound lot, we have collected $15,195 in the month of October for impound lot fees. And again, our expenditures is mainly personnel at $9,047 for a total of $10,895 in expenditures.
And so what is the $50,000 capital designated for under expenditures?
I believe, was that forklift?
Oh, forklift. Thank you. I couldn't remember. So see how we have it on the impound lot with personnel, supplies, contractual capital? If we could do that on the economic development, then we kind of track it and it gets a little bit more specific.
Okay.
What do y'all think? I think that gives us a better idea of where our money's going to.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we
Thank
can
you.
absolutely report on
Appreciate that.
And with that being said, if I can get it to show, this report and other financial information can be found on our city's website. If you go to Departments, Finance, and Financial Transparency, that's where these are at. And with that, I'll take any other questions.
Thank you very much. Now, any other questions for Ms. Wayman this evening on the financial report from either our council or anyone in our chambers this evening? Okay.
I would just like her maybe to introduce
Oh,
the
you want to
students.
do that now instead of citizens to
Because
be
she's
heard?
the one they work with.
Okay, there you
She's got
go.
a couple of them right behind
Yes.
her.
You're right here. Hello. Come on
There
up.
you go.
Let's do it. Let's do it
So
now.
we've got our go ahead, Ashley. They're Zoe and Allie.
Yes, this is Zoe and Allie Plaguey. They are two members of our Leon Valley Leadership Academy that we just started this year. We do have one more, Tyler Meffert, and he's unable to be here this evening. But we're looking forward to working with this group of students and looking forward to the input they can have on our city events and hopefully all sorts of stuff. So.
Thank you very much. Hope y'all enjoyed your tour yesterday. Did y'all learn a lot on a tour? And thanks to Mayor Pro Tem Alcacer as well, who's been working on this project. So we look forward to really great things from our three leaders, our leaders from the schools. So thank you very much. Okay, great. Thank you, and thank you for your coordination of that program as well, Ms. Wayman. Do appreciate it. Okay. Then moving then to our city manager's report. Ms. Kinsler, you'd like to stay there? That'd be great.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Couple of reminders. Number one, we've got the Canned Good Drive going on out there. We did get an article that was forwarded to us today by Ms. Caldera that the shelves are really empty at the San Antonio Food Bank, and so we just sent over stuff to the fire department today. The fire department will be picking up in the morning, Chief? Around noon tomorrow. So if anybody has any canned goods, there's red buckets around here, around the fire station, around the library. You can drop them off, and the fire department will actually deliver to the San Antonio Food Bank for us.
So is that going to continue? Because it said it ended the 19th. Is that
We extended it because we still had
indefinitely,
people,
or
no, just until
tomorrow?
Wednesday, until tomorrow. And then we can do another one during the Christmas season if we need to, and we probably will. But during the Christmas season, we usually end up doing the Blue Santa and the nursing homes. And then we do the food bank during Thanksgiving. So we can just monitor it and see what the need looks like. Hopefully that PSA that they sent out grabs people's attention. It grabbed ours. And so we extended it for a couple days so that we could collect more.
Okay.
The zoning commission meeting went live last night. It went very well, and I believe, Ms. Secretary, without kinks, right? No problems at all. So we've got another meeting now that's live that our citizens can watch from home instead of having to come into City Hall. And so, was that your impression, Mr. Chair, that everything? All went very well. Very good. So I was glad to hear that. I really wish I could have been there last night.
I concur, and I did watch it.
Oh, awesome. Very good. Very good. I'm glad. Well, that's good feedback. I also want to just introduce one more time your new fire chief. Chief Michael Naughton has been the fire chief you can stand up, Chief. I know you don't like attention. Unlike Chief Valdez, Chief Naughton does not like attention. So there's a little difference there.
Can we change that?
We're going to try. We're going to work on it. But somebody who has just jumped right in feet first, and not that Chief Naughton hasn't, because he has as well, but you've seen him here before, and that's William Cox. I'd like you to stand up as well. Mr. Cox is our new business relations director, and he has already contributed to this team significantly, and so we're really happy to have him. And wanted everybody to be able to put a name with the face.
Let's welcome both of them
here.
back. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Upcoming events, Makerspace at the library is, nope, that already happened, sorry. November 28th at 10:30 is the San Antonio Symphony presentation for children. Saturday, December 1st from 8 to 10:30 is the 30th annual Breakfast with Santa and the silent auction, which I love. That's always a lot of fun. City Hall is going to be closed from Monday, December 24th through January 1st, 2019. Upcoming important events, the next regular City Council meeting is December 4th at 6 o'clock in the evening. Annual Christmas tree lighting, December 3rd at 5:30 at the Leon Valley Conference Center, or the Veterans Park right out there in the middle. And immediately following that Christmas tree lighting is the movies in the park. And this time it's going to be Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and it'll start at 6:45 right there in that same parking lot. So we're going to have a lot of events going on the night that we light the Christmas tree. Annual reading with Rudolph and a food event on December 19th at 10:30 at the library. The Polar Express reading with hot chocolate is December 20th at 6:30 at the library. We just talked about the annual town hall meeting, which will be held January 26th from 8:30 in the morning to 12:30 in the afternoon at the conference center. Committee meetings, they had a special zoning commission meeting last night. The zoning commission will meet again on November 27th, and then have another special on December 11th, all at 6:30 here at City Hall. They're really busy. Due to the Thanksgiving holiday, the Citizens Police Advisory Committee was rescheduled from Wednesday, November 21st to Wednesday, November 14th, so they met last week. And the Police Advisory, the Park Commission, and the Earthwise Living Boards have all been canceled for the month of December. That concludes my report, and I'm available for a question. Oh, also, that's right, the City Secretary just reminded me, City Hall is closed Thursday and Friday in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday.
Certainly. Okay. Ms. Kinsler, I think on page 7, under emergency management, you gave a date of March the 2nd for the Red Cross disaster shelter training, and you were saying that, you know, you wanted to see if there was any conflicts. Earthwise Living is that day.
Oh.
I don't know if that matters, but I wanted to point that out to you, that there is a conflict there.
March 2nd?
Yes, ma'am. So I don't know if that can be rescheduled to another
I will
Saturday,
talk with
if possible.
Captain Wade and see.
Okay.
If he can do
And then
that.
also, I've gotten several people who have been appointed to the sign committee want to know the status of that. And I believe we were almost at our max. I think we have one more on the 4th of December, so I was wondering, can we, you know, prepare a letter and congratulate him, and who is going to be our liaison, and can we possibly set a meeting in December? If not, I guess it'll be January, because I know they're anxious. This has been a committee that has just taken us a long time to fill, for those of you that are there in our chambers this evening. So, I mean, like 6 months, and so it's, I know they're anxious to start their work. So, if you could just give an idea.
So actually, the last appointment that I know of will happen December 4th, right?
Correct.
And then we just need to set up a time for them to meet afterwards. My original idea of a staff liaison was Mr. Milan. His plate is too full right now. And so there's a very good possibility, I need to talk to our team about it, but there's a good possibility that I'll end up appointing Mr. Cox to do that.
Okay.
As a staff liaison, but we need to talk about it as a group and see
Okay.
where everybody's skills lie.
Very good. Yes, ma'am.
And Mayor and Council, they have all been notified, and they've already been, I'm receiving some of the TOMA training certificates already, so they're getting ready.
Great. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. Those were all my questions. Any other questions for our city manager on her report this evening? Okay. Very good. Then we will move to citizens to be heard. Is there anyone in our chambers that would like to address the council at this time? Please come forward and state your name and where you live, and you have up to 5 minutes to express a concern or a congratulations or anything. Okay. I think we do, yes. Just a quick suggestion. Sure. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I appreciate that. Little agenda item readjusting here. Okay, thank you. We don't have any citizens to be heard this evening, so let us move then to announcements by the mayor and city council members, and we'll start with Councilor Edwards. Do you have any announcements this evening?
Just great turnout again, and hope everyone has a great Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Councilor Rodriguez.
I'll second that. Glad to see everybody here. Hope everybody has a very blessed Thanksgiving, and please enjoy your time with your families.
You bet. Thank you. Councilor Alcacer.
And this, I'm not the only one that talks about being kind to one another, but so let's keep participating in that, and always be kind to one another, smile even though they may be adverse or you feel they are adverse to you. And thanks to the police and the on it and whoever picks up that we saw the stack of the bandit signs picked up in the last few weeks. And the work that the staff does is incredible. And happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Share it with your family. Share a smile with people you meet. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Martinez.
Just everybody have a joyous Thanksgiving. Hope you spend it with family and have a good time and enjoy it.
Thank you.
Don't spend too much money Black Friday.
Okay. Councilor Jordan.
Yes, we just thank everyone for being here this afternoon or this evening. Also, we attended the Veterans Day ceremonies as well as the dedication of the bridge to Leon Valley. So that was a very special occasion that we were able to partake in. If you get the opportunity to go across the Evers Road Bridge, it's dedicated to Specialist Perez, and then also it has the military emblems on it for every branch of service, and it lights up at nighttime. So it's a great dedication. It's a great addition to our city. So thank you for coming out. Enjoy your Thanksgiving.
Okay. Councilor Jordan read my mind. I had those two. Thanks to Leon Valley Elementary, they hosted a Veterans Day with the students and honored all of the children who attended Leon Valley, their parents, grandparents, uncles who were veterans. It was a very nice event. And again, we did dedicate the bridge to Lance Corporal Stephen Perez on the 11th, and that was a really great occasion. And we, if you haven't gone to a new restaurant that was opened up last Friday, we had a ribbon cutting, Okie Dokie restaurant. And I said to the proprietors, I said, how did you come up with Okie Dokie? And she is from Ukraine, and her husband's from New Mexico, and he just always said the word okie dokie, okie dokie. And so when they opened up the restaurant, she said, "Okay, that's what I want to name it, okie dokie." So it's Ukrainian or Russian, Mexican, and American food. 3 types of food, and so go down there. It's right across the street from the marketplace on Bandera Road. And anyway, tell them that the city council sent you, and they'll love it. Okay. But anyway, happy Thanksgiving to everyone as well, and be safe. And we look forward to seeing you after the holiday. So thank you. All right, let's move then to the consent agenda, item number 6. Is there any counselor that would like to remove any of the consent agenda items for discussion?
No, I don't think so. I think they're all great, and I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Jordan to approve consent agenda items 6, 1, 2, and 3. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to agenda item number 7, ordinance. These are our second reads, 7.1 and 7.2. And just for those of you that are here for the first time, we are a home rule city, and we are required to have 2 reads of an ordinance. And so the first read we discuss, we get our questions, and then the second read, which we have here, 7.1 and 7.2, we bring them back, get any updated information, more discussion, and then we vote to pass it. So that's where we're at on the ordinances. Number 7. So Ms. Pasale, 7.1, would you please read?
An ordinance approving a budget adjustment in the amount of $100,000 from the Stormwater Fund balance to purchase materials to construct a parking lot at the Shadow Mist Park located at 5487 Shadow Mist Drive, and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with ARCA, Inc. to use the Shadow Mist Park parking lot for temporary parking, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Ms. Moritz, good evening and welcome. She's our Public Works Director. Do you have any updated information on this particular ordinance?
The only thing that I updated was the fiscal impact, because we did budget for a street sweeper this year and for a bioswale, and so I just put in there what the fund balance would be from the stormwater so that it was clear. So after these purchases, the fund balance would be reduced to $670,433.
Thank you. Very good. Okay. Any further questions for Ms. Moritz on this particular ordinance? And if not, may I please have a motion to approve?
I move that we approve 7.1 as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Edwards to approve ordinance 7.1 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your help. Moving then to ordinance number 7.2. Ms. Postleigh, if you'll please read the ordinance.
Authorizing the negotiation and execution of a lease agreement with the Northwest Senior Citizens Club organization for the lease of the Leon Valley Community Center located at 6427 Evers Road, Leon Valley, Texas, providing for a repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Ms. Kinsler, welcome back. Is there any update on this particular ordinance?
Mayor, council, no update. I believe Ms. Jonas left happy with
Okay.
the agreement that we had last time.
Okay.
We were fine with
Very
it.
good. Any other questions? Yes. Counselor Martinez.
I was just thinking about this. Really, this agreement between the city, or this lease agreement, really hasn't changed that much in several years. Even the changes here just reflect parking. So why couldn't we just make this a 5-year lease agreement instead of a 2-year?
That's up to the council, if that's what you'd like to do.
You know, it's been pretty stable. It's been pretty stable, so why not just make it a 5-year?
The amount changed, the cleanup fee changed, and the agreement changed with Ms. Frederick. She redid it, but I don't see any problem.
Minor changes.
Well, what are the other counselors' thoughts on that? Are there any, Ms. Frederick, do you see any downfall to that, or should we keep it at 2? I mean, we haven't communicated it to the seniors. I don't think they'd have an objection, but I don't know.
There's no legal reason why you can't change it to 5. I mean, it's up to you.
But we can always come back if we needed an amendment, right? Anytime during the 5 years, right?
I believe Ms. Kinsler has the authority to amend the contract without council approval.
Without council approval? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'd like to make a motion, we approve this item as read, or, yeah, go ahead.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
I think every 2 years, just for review, would not be a bad idea, because there have been changes due to like access of the facility. Like when I started the job fair and things like that, initially there was some kickback because there wasn't 30-day notice in advance to the event and so forth. So every 2 years, I think, would be a good look to go back and review that, and bounce it off to seniors and see what they think. 5 years, I think, might be a little much right now.
Okay. All right. You'd still like to keep it at 5, and how about you, Ms.?
I would agree with leaving it at 2, and the next time maybe if we don't, because we did have a lot of problems this year, and if they don't come up, then 2 years from now, I think it might be good to do what Councilor Martinez says.
Okay. Councilor Rodriguez.
I would venture to say that the 2 years is probably a pretty good medium, because we don't know what's going to come up within those 2 years. If there's going to be more problems that might come to light. So I'd like to keep it at 2.
Okay. And Councilor Edwards.
What's the length of the contract for the solid waste services? Is it 7 years or?
I can't remember if it's
7.
I think it's 7 years. Yeah, 7 years.
That's an enterprise fund. I mean, they give money back to the city. I can't remember if it's 5 or 7.
It's 7 years.
It's 7 years.
7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm in favor of 5 years.
I just want to point out that the contract hasn't really remained the same since I've been here. We've had issues with the tax people going in. We've had to change some language for that. We've had issue with job fair. We've had issue with holiday hours and moving them. We've had issues. I was just sitting here thinking of the issues in my head. We've had the amount has increased. We've had access issues. We've had issues with the auction. So the contract has definitely been worked on by Ms. Frederick on and off to try to accommodate all those. But the other thing that comes to mind is because it's a CDBG building, I have just asked Public Works at the last staff meeting to look at a CDBG grant to remodel the whole thing. If we remodel that whole thing, I'm going to have to come to you for a revision anyway. because we're going to have to move them temporarily if we get that grant. And so I think that grant will be due in the spring, and we probably know by the fall. So that would, I just want to just make sure that I do, that I shed as much light on the situation as I can, and I've not shared that with the council yet because I just had the idea the other day.
Okay. All right. So what's the pleasure of the...
Since there's 3 people wanting to keep it at 2 years, I just make the motion that we accept it as presented.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Jordan to approve the ordinance with their lease agreement with the Northwest Seniors as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. It unanimously passed. Thank you very much.
Thank
Do
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Then moving to the regular agenda item number 8.1, presentation, discussion, and possible action on a resolution canvassing the returns and declaring the official results of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, November 6th, 2018 special election. We have our City Secretary, Sandra Postlelet, here this evening to present.
Do this.
Excuse me?
You want to do it?
This is, those of you that, we had the election for, all of the state and local election, but we had a special 1/8 cent sales tax to continue our crime control district that funds our police department. And it passed over, I think it was 70% to 30%, something like that. And it's good for the next 10 years, is my understanding. So Ms. Postlelet is going to give us those canvassing results this evening. Thank you and welcome.
Welcome. Thank you.
Bet.
Council and Mayor, let's see, let me turn this off. So this item is to do the official tabulation of the election results, giving you the total number of votes received by precinct. The records for this election will be held for 22 months in my office. 22 years, that would be good. And then this is also, the summary will be forwarded to the Secretary of State tomorrow. Okay. Oops, I think you've got one more. Sorry. This canvas document was provided by the Bexar County Elections Administrator with the final document arriving on the 13th. There were no provisional or mail-in ballots at all on this election. Okay. So the election was for the question on whether the City of Leon Valley Crime Control and Prevention District should be continued for 10 years and the Crime Control and Prevention District 1/8 of 1% sales tax funds, the district should be continued for 10 years. Those that voted yes are by precinct here. For precinct 2061, we had a total of 4 for moving forward with this for 396 votes. Precinct 2112 had 628 votes in favor. Precinct 2043 had 750 total votes. Precinct 3002, 984, and 3003, 28. Those opposed in Precinct 2061 was 143. Precinct 2112, 262. Precinct 2143, 304. Precinct 3002, 328. And Precinct 3003, 15.
Good precinct.
Per precinct.
Yes, my precinct. 3002, yeah.
And I'm sorry, but this was just updated today because after this election, apparently everybody in the county went on vacation.
Oh, did
so
they? Okay.
I just got these today, so I did update it on the website. But Mayor, you had asked for percentages last May. So the percentage of the registered voters for precinct 2061 that voted was 51%. Those registered voters in 2112, 52%. 2143, 48%, 3003, 55%, and precinct 3003, 67%. There were a total of 7,422 registered voters in Leon Valley. Of those, only 3,838 voted, which was 52% of your voters.
Very good.
The electoral process enables residents of Leon Valley who are qualified voters to engage in the promotion and provision of superior quality of life through the determination of its elected leadership. Any questions?
Okay. Are there any questions for Ms. Postley on the canvassing of the votes for the November 6th special election? Okay. If not, then I will need a motion to approve.
Make a motion, we approve the canvassing of the votes as presented.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Jordan and a second by Councilor Martinez to accept the resolution canvassing the election return on November 6th for the 1/8 cent sales tax for the crime control. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. I would like at this time, if there's no objection from my colleagues, I'd like to move regular agenda 8.4 next due to our guests that we have in our chambers this evening so that you don't have to wait through another 2 and 3. So if there's no objection, we'll move agenda item number 8.4 first, and then we'll go in order after that. And just a little bit of background. Again, we're Home Rule City, and we have to have 2 readings. This is our first reading of regular agenda item 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 this evening. So we'll just discuss. There'll be no vote, but we'll have lots of discussion and a presentation by our staff. So thank you. So Ms. Postley, if you'll please begin by reading regular agenda item number 8.4. Thank you.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council amending Section 15.02.314, Residential Use Table of the City of Leon Valley, of the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances regarding institutional uses in the R3, R3A, R4, and R5 zoning districts, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. And we have Brandon Milan, our Community Development Director, here to present. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you, Council. I'm happy to be here this evening. This is the first of 3 code amendments that we'll be discussing this evening. First of 3 code amendments to our current City of Leon Valley Chapter 15 zoning code. I'm going to give a little bit of background on this request. This code amendment is pertaining specifically to institutional uses in the zoning districts in which institutions are currently allowed in and proposed to be allowed in the future. Historically, institutions such as churches, post offices, schools, museums, libraries, those uses were allowed in all districts. And in the last 15 years, the code was changed, and those districts are no longer allowed in all zoning districts. Most institutional uses, including churches, schools, libraries, those uses are allowed specifically in the B3 zoning district, which, as everyone knows, we have our B1 small business district, we have our B2, which is a retail district, and we have our B3, which is our heavier commercial district, and we have I1. So right now, the only district that churches, schools, museums can occur in is in the B3. And so what we're here to talk about tonight is potentially amending the code to allow for these uses also in the R3, R3A, R4, and R5 residential zoning districts.
Okay, would you tell us what each one of those areas are?
Yes, ma'am. So the R3 is our multifamily residential zoning district, which is typically apartments. R3A is a multifamily retirement district. R4 is our townhouse district, which is, as you know, townhouses, they're still single family, but on their own lot, but they're connected. They share walls. And then R5 is our mobile home district.
Mobile home, okay.
And so I'll get into the details about why we're recommending for institutional uses to now be allowed in these districts as well. I also want to just kind of give a little bit of a background on why we have individuals here, wishing to speak on behalf of this, and I'm sure that when I'm done talking, many of them will potentially want to speak. And so we currently I've been here since April. I think it was my 3rd week on the job. We received a zoning application, a zone change request from the St. John's Baptist Church. And so in looking at that, and I won't get too off topic into that specific item, but it's important to understand why we're all here tonight and some of the discussion that we'll have. me being new staff, looking at the code and their request, that they're an existing facility that's wanting to expand, and due to that, their only zoning district they can request is the B3. So with that coming along and that situation, all situations like that always push staff to look at our existing codes and make sure that they're reflecting the values of the community, our comprehensive plan, and at a higher level, whether or not they're just good planning and good community building. And so that's exactly what we did. That's really that's what's necessitated this item here this evening, is looking at our code and saying, okay, is it necessary to provide more flexibility for institutions throughout our city, and if so, what districts are those most appropriate in? So to give you some background, we first went to the Zoning Commission to discuss these changes. Initially at the Zoning Commission, we were looking at, we discussed amending the code to allow for institutional uses. Again, when we say institutional uses, I mean churches, schools, libraries, post offices, and museums. Those are the uses that are listed in our code, and so those are established uses that we have in our permitted use matrix. That's why we're looking at those. In addition to other institutional uses, we have religious and non-religious, and so there are federal laws and established case law that requires us to treat non-religious and religious institutions in the same manner. And so that's why we're looking at these uses tonight. And again, I'll be talking about clubs and lodges too, which are also institutional uses. At our first zoning commission meeting, we talked about potentially allowing these uses in the R1 district and potentially in the B2 district. And so we had that discussion. That's the point of that discussion, is go to the commission, get that feedback from the commission, because they're the first step in that process. Y'all are the last step. And the commission had some concerns with allowing institutional uses in the R1. They had some really good concerns. And we discussed the B2 district as well. And so that item was tabled. We went back and looked at their concerns, addressed those concerns. We also, looked, and all of us working together and with the city attorney providing legal feedback in this process, we determined that we were going to move forward with an alternate recommendation to the Zoning Commission. And so that's what we did actually last night. We discussed that at the Zoning Commission, and this was the recommendation that staff came forward with, to only amend the code to allow for institutional uses in R3, R3A, R4, and R5.
Okay, so not R1 and not B2.
Not R1 and not B2.
Okay. All right.
And the reason for not...
what were some of the concerns?
Yeah, exactly. Some of the concerns were, I'd say just at a high level, I think probably 75% of our city is R1. Mm-hmm. So making a change like that's a very global change. That's our neighborhoods are the majority, the heart and soul of our city. And so making a change like that's a very global change that maybe... would require a lot more attention and a lot more analysis, a lot more, looking at development requirements, and that's a larger effort to maybe analyze, and maybe something we'll look a little more deeply at when we get into our future zoning code. But for right now, staff can confidently come and recommend, and is able to more confidently quantify the impact that such a code change could have to R3, R3A, R4, and R5.
And so where are those areas in Leon Valley? R3, R3A, R4, and R5 that these institutional uses would be able to go into?
I don't have the zoning map up here in this presentation, but I actually have another presentation. If y'all wanted to see a map, we could...
Maybe at the next, put it in our packet. I'd like to see where, because I don't know where those are. I know where a few mobile homes are, but...
We have R3 district, west side of Grissom, kind of south, the west side of Grissom, south of Bandera Road, where Valencia and Barcelona is. We have a small piece over off of Evers in the Triangle tract. We have some R3 zoning over at Wurzbach and Evers Road.
Sure.
And then we have one little area that's townhouse. And so, again, part of this is to, look at what's existing. But, again, by allowing institutional uses in these other districts, it provides more of a palette, more of a menu of zoning options for, say, if somebody was wanting to conduct an institutional use. Now they have 4 more zoning districts to potentially choose from other than just B3. in terms of requesting a zone change. So there's more of a diversity, there's more flexibility in these districts.
So B3 will remain along with the Rs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And regarding the B2, there was, we were looking at B2. The city was involved in a case a few years ago, Elijah versus the city of Leon Valley, and the finding there was, again, like I mentioned, we have to treat religious institutions in the same manner that we treat religious institutions, or non-religious institutions in the same manner that we treat religious institutions. So that's one of the other reasons why we're, proposing this amendment. And so, through legal analysis, we determined there is not a legal requirement. There is to allow for institutional uses in the B2. The B2 is our retail district. There's, previous case law. It shows that the city of Leon Valley, pursuant to our comprehensive plan, does have the ability to maintain that B2 district for retail purposes, and so it's not required that we amend the code to allow for institutional uses in our B2. So that's why we're not requiring that, and that's why we're not moving forward with that recommendation. Again, just to go over it, there's really three main points as to why staff is making this recommendation. And as I mentioned, right now the B3 district is the only district that institutional uses can be performed or can be conducted in. That's our heavy commercial district. You have automotive, repair, sales, wholesale, warehousing. These are important uses, but in terms of their intensity, in a lot of cases may not be compatible with institutional uses, which, as we know historically, are the center of a community, and so it's not to say that that's not the best place for them, but right now it's the only place for them, and so many of our institutional uses are uses that serve our neighborhoods, such as schools. Yes, sir. Oh. I use the example of an elementary school. Elementary schools are usually located in the center of a neighborhood. Middle schools are usually located on a collector. High schools and universities are located on arterials and major freeways. So there's kind of a graduation of intensity, the relationship between the intensity of the use and the intensity of the area that it's in. And so that's another reason for this, is providing more flexibility. I think we would all agree that an elementary school probably wouldn't be appropriate next to an industrial facility. And so right now, the code doesn't allow for that. Same as possibly a neighborhood-oriented church. That's near a neighborhood, and we're creating opportunities for people to possibly walk or bike to places rather than be dependent on an automobile to get there. So linking it back in with good planning. Second, again, I just talked about, incompatibility with B3 uses. Again, a smaller church, a smaller school, maybe isn't always the best fit for B3. Maybe a more intense, college campus might be a better fit in that location. So again, the goal here is providing for a range of possible good fits. And lastly, making sure that our code is congruent with federal laws and case law. Right now, in our residential use matrix in our code, a private club, and a private lodge is permitted, but we don't have, but other uses such as schools, post offices, libraries, churches are not permitted. So for all the reasons I just mentioned, with the Elijah case and other federal laws, there's a practical purpose for the amendment that we're proposing. These uses are clubs and lodges are currently allowed in R3, R3A, R4, and R5. So based on these legal requirements, we need to also allow for the institutions, churches, schools, libraries, post offices, and museums to be allowed in the R3, R3A, and R4 and R5 districts. So we're solving a practical, issue in our code, and based on staff's recommendation and an opinion, these uses would also be compatible and be good fits for these R3, R3A, R4, and R5 districts.
Councilor Alcacer has a question.
I had two questions. One is, do we have any private clubs or lodges in any of those presently, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. I have not heard of any or come into any, haven't done any permitting business with any uses.
And one of the commissioners last night asked about what it meant, uses by right, and I wasn't clear by your answer, so I'm not sure others were.
So when you say by right, that means that the permitted use matrix says it's permitted by right. That doesn't mean that they're exempt from any other requirements. And so our code, the main issue that comes into play with by right is an SUP required. Because typically in our code, something's allowed by right, something's allowed requires an SUP, or it's just not permitted at all. Mm-hmm. And so there are a lot of uses that say it's permitted, or some uses say it's permitted with an SUP. But then there's also a separate caveat in our code that says something could be permitted by right, but if it's adjacent, if it abuts a property that's zoned residential, then it also needs an SUP too. So there are different factors depending on whether or not it abuts residential.
Are these by right without an SUP?
So if this zoning code amendment were approved, and you had say an R3 tract that was surrounded by, or only abutted, say, B1 or B2 districts, but it did not abut any other residential districts, it would be allowed by right. But if you have an R3 tract or an R4 tract that maybe abuts a B2 on one side and it abuts R1 on the other side, they would need an SUP.
Mm-hmm. So isn't the use of that term incomplete or confusing still? Because if it's by right, but may need an SUP. You have to clarify that, because it said right in there, well, I can do it by right, and then you say, oops, you have to have an SUP because of this.
That's a good clarification. So I think I should have probably stated in there a permitted use.
Mayor and council, the abutting issue, it is already in our code as an exception. It's an exception to the by right. So anytime there's a property that is in abuts a residential district, it could be there by right, but if it's abutting it, then they need an SUP, and that's the only exception, is if it abuts a residential area.
I just thought it needed to be there, the reference right there back to the other section.
Well, we can do that in the code. We can do that.
Yeah, it would clarify it.
In the language, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, yes, I'm sorry, Councilor Jordan.
Yes, first of all, can you explain what SUP is? Everybody don't know what the letters SUP.
Yeah, right.
SUP is an acronym for a specific use permit.
Okay.
And a specific use permit is process treated same manner as a zone change. It comes before the zoning commission and council. An SUP is really, the purpose of it is to say this use is generally understood to be compatible, but there are certain things operations that might occur, such as parking, lighting, intensity of truck traffic, those kinds of things. And so it's kind of a zoning code's way of acknowledging we need to take an extra close look at this. Mm-hmm. Typically, an SUP has a site plan that's considered with it, and we've brought a couple of SUPs to y'all. So we adopted a site plan. We looked at hours of operation. Mm-hmm. Maybe we, you look at other types of conditions such as buffering, traffic impact analysis, those types of things. So that's the purpose of an SUP.
Right. Okay, and you made a comparison of where elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools were located and so forth. And then you made a reference to a church being in one of those neighborhoods. Schools are kind of like designated by boundaries and where you live. Churches, institutions like that are designated, are relational, you know what I'm saying? So I could live on the other side of town and go to church in Converse somewhere.
Right.
So those two comparisons to me kind of seems confusing, because if you have people who want to come from different parts of the city to go to a church, basically it seems like what you're saying is a church can only grow to a certain level because they're where they're located. And where they decide to locate, it just seems a little confusing. Can you clarify that for me?
I think you're touching on a really great point. I mean, there's the churches, the way churches function, maybe it's a little different than it was maybe 50 years ago, where you had a smaller church and maybe it was served by the surrounding neighborhood. And now it's, sometimes there are churches where people come from a different side of the city. So I think a lot of that is really addressed through scale. And so, yeah, if you have, like, say, Cornerstone as a mega church, you have people driving from the region to go there, but maybe think of the Mount Calvary Church, off Austin Highway, where I used to go across from my grandparents' house. That's more of a neighborhood kind of church. It's smaller, it's more constrained. They can't grow anymore. So if they wanted to become more of a regional church, they'd have to go somewhere else. So I think that kind of goes back to that's kind of the goal, is to, with any zoning code, is to look at intensity of use, scale, compatibility, all those types of things. So I think, going back to staff being able to confidently come to you tonight, I think in the future, when we get into our new zoning code, we'll look at development regulations, making sure they're equitable to all institutions. But for right now, this zone change, just to allow for R3, R4A, or R3A, R4, and R5, based on the land that we know exists in the churches or the other institutions that could go there, if they wanted to grow or get larger, there's a chance that they would be abutting a residential area, and then we'd have the chance to address that kind of scale and compatibility through the SUP process. If that's that's kind of the way I look at it. I have the concern of, okay, if a more neighborhood-oriented church wanted to go in near a neighborhood, if they wanted to grow and incorporate other tracts, there's a chance if it gets to a point where it's maybe not compatible with a neighborhood, there's a good chance it's going to be abutting R1 properties or residential properties, and they would need that SUP, and y'all would have the chance to make sure it's developed in a manner that's compatible. Does that answer your question? Sorry.
Councilor George, go ahead.
Yes. Also, so with this new rule, we would have no more churches in the storefronts, is that right? Or in the retail areas here within the city?
Correct. Well, right now, churches are not permitted in a B2 zoning district. And a lot of our, if you look at our Bandera Road corridor,
there's a lot of churches.
And that's part of what we're going to be looking at in the future, as we look at making some amendments to our comprehensive plan to facilitate zoning code amendments and changes to our zoning code. Our Bandera Road, our retail corridor is a little patchy. We've got B2 here, then B3 here, B2, B3, B2. And so churches and other institutions are allowed in the B3. So I think I would probably venture to say a lot of those institutional uses we have on our retail Bandera Road corridor, they're on those little B3 patches. But right now, they're not permitted in the B2 zoning district in any strip center or existing retail development that's zoned B2. And this code amendment is not proposing to make any changes to churches or other institutional uses in any of our commercial areas.
Okay, ma'am.
So that's current. No churches in B2.
Yes, ma'am.
So how is that going to affect then the St. John's Church? Because they've got B2 in the front. And then they've got R1 in the back. So how is this change going to affect them?
Yes, ma'am.
If any?
So right now, to use them as an example,
right, because they're here.
Yeah, they have their church is they have about 3 different tracts, and their use is legally non-conforming. They're not platted, and so they have a portion of their operations are on the R1 portion of their lot. Another portion of their operations are on the B2 portion of their lot that fronts onto Huebner Road. And so their plan is to expand, and they'd like to, their plans are to expand on the whole entire piece, and that would, if the code were amended to potentially allow for that, that would require platting and other analysis. But in terms of this code amendment and what impact this has for St. John's, this would allow them a zoning alternative other than B3. So in order to expand, they have to receive a zone change for B3 for their entire tract and receive an SUP. That is the only option they have right now. So the impact that this code amendment would have would mean that they would have 4 additional zoning districts that they could potentially request a zone change to. R3, R3A, R4, R5, and we would depending on what they potentially came forward with, if they did change their request, we would handle that, whatever that request was, to ensure that staff's recommendation was that whatever they request was appropriate, because those are very different zoning districts. But they have more options to choose from. But regarding the front third of their lot that's zone B2, this zoning code amendment will still not allow them to develop on that portion. This would just allow them a different zone change alternative on the R1 piece, or they could request a zone change to one of these options on the front piece too. But that would there would be a future land use plan amendment, a comprehensive plan amendment that would be necessary to be changed as well. There's a lot of different pieces in the zoning process. You have to first look at the comprehensive master plan, which has a future land use plan. The future land use plan is not a zoning map, but it has land use classifications, and in whatever zone change the zoning commission and the council makes has to be in sync with that future land use plan. And right now, the future land use plan is totally in sync with our zoning. Future land use plan says single family on the back, retail on the front. And our zoning map matches that. Our zoning map says R1 on the back, B2 on the front. So if they wanted to make a zone change to that, they would need to request a zone change. If this were approved, they'd have more options. And then they'd have to also request to amend the future land use plan to change that classification before they could receive the zone change. No, it seems like a lot of pieces, but that's the process. The idea is that we have a comprehensive plan that's adopted by this community, and then in the zoning is the guide for the zoning commission and the council. And if somebody requests,
so did they originally build before there were regulations on this?
they were permitted back at a time when the zoning code did allow for that, and they received an SUP for these operations when the code did allow for their uses in an R1. But our code was changed subsequent to them receiving a certificate of occupancy, and so now they're legally non-conforming. So they can keep operating, they just can't expand.
Oh, okay. Did you get that?
A lot of planning 101 right there.
even if they requested a different zone changes on that property, they couldn't expand and change the structure at all. Is that correct?
If they
B3, right?
If they did get a zone change?
Right. If they got the zone change to the R designation, 4 different designations that you're saying, and wanted to build at that location, maybe in the back portion, that's R. Yeah, are you saying that they cannot build or change the design of that structure at all?
They could. So if there'd be a few different development tasks that would have to procedures that would need to be done. So say this code amendment were approved, and say they said, okay, we have this new option. We think R4 is a better fit for this area than the B3, and they requested a zone change to R4 on the back portion and or the front portion too, and say they receive that zone change, then they would be entitled for that land use on the property. That doesn't mean they can just develop. Then they still would need to go through the platting process, depending on how much of the property they built on. So in the platting process, we look at traffic impact, we look at drainage, we look at
And an SUP because they abut a
exactly an SUP
neighborhood,
because they back up to Linkside and they have a back up to R1. So yes, so the zone change. They would be, the underlying zoning would allow for their use, but yes, they would still meet the requirement to get an SUP as well. So there would be other procedures that would need to take place, but they wouldn't be requesting a B3, which is a heavy commercial district, next to an R1.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
My first comment is, why was this thing rushed? This was heard last night at the zoning commission meeting, and it's presented tonight here. In the past, I have requested that staff provide us information like this 30 days or so before it comes up, so we have a chance to review this and stuff. Now, there's the recommendation from the zoning commission stuff was not in our packet, and that should have been in our packet that was delivered to us on Friday. So here we were, in one case, we're rushing and rushing and rushing to get the zoning commission to have a meeting last night, and then our decision tonight is based on what they did last night. So I think that is wrong. We should slow things down a little bit.
I understand your concern, and I know we still put it on because it's not a vote. It's still just a discussion. We still have another meeting. So that was why I felt like we could, you know, and I understand, I don't know what all the circumstances were, but that's how I evaluated it, Mr. Martinez, because I know you have a lot of cases that you need moved, and with 2 readings, this was a way to, you know, have the zoning commission meet last night with a recommendation, but again, just a discussion, get input. We don't make a decision, but then in 2 weeks we would, or we could, if we still need more time, then we can always, you know, pass it, you know.
Plus,
Yeah,
it had
exactly.
been-
So, I mean, we have some flexibility. So that was why, you know, I chose to go ahead and go forth with
It had been presented before, as Mr. Milan mentioned to them, and it was on a third time. I guess it was dropped because it wasn't quite ready, so it's not an original thing for tonight. And our packet did say that referred to the meeting was going to be last night, and it would be updated.
Right. So
That's
that's
what
why
we're
you didn't
getting.
have it on Friday, so I'm sorry.
The
Yeah.
first discussion, the first consideration of this at zoning commission was September 25th. They tabled it to October 23rd, and you know, in looking at the legal aspects of this, that's one of the most important parts. We need a little bit more time to flesh out those things, and so that's why it came to the zoning commission tonight.
Okay, I'm just saying, in the future, we need a little more advance notice on these zoning changes coming up. You know, it'd be nice to have at least 30 days so we can review them and ask questions, staff, you know, before we're rushed at a city council meeting. That was just my main thing.
Mr. Martinez, can I just interject there? I thought we were supposed to get the packets of the zoning, whenever the zoning commissioners get them, then we're supposed to get them, right? So did we
We
get
discussed
those?
that in the past.
Yeah,
yes.
I thought we had made that kind of a new procedure.
We
No?
just,
Because
we
like, for
just went,
instance,
I'm sorry, Mayor.
I was just going to say, I always get the CPAC packet before their meeting with all of the attachments, and I thought we kind of said it was going to be general, that the council would get the packet of the zoning and, you know, the major ones, BOA, that kind of thing, so that we could review it. So I was just wanting to clarify that.
Thanks for bringing that up. You know, we've started doing that. I think we've done that the past 2 zoning commission meetings. We just went live with Minute Track, and so.
And Mayor and Council, I can simply add you to the minute track. That was my oversight. I didn't put you in there. We're not, BOA is not on there yet, but I can certainly add you to the zoning.
Yeah, let's do that, because I thought that was our understanding. Then you'd have the packet before their meeting. You could review it.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. My other comment is, you know, you at the meeting last night, you know, I did, like I said earlier, I did watch it, and it was kind of nice being able to see it. A separate comment, I'll bring it later during another discussion, but I couldn't see when you had stuff showing on here. I couldn't see it, and I had no idea what you were talking about. So there's no way for me to see what was being projected. It's not on the screen.
It was in the packet. You just do your screen.
It's not, wasn't there. What they were talking about on the screen and pictures and stuff were not visible to people watching. But there was a lot of discussion last night about B2. Nothing that was done last night will solve the problem with the church. I thought the whole thing was to try to do something to help the church, and you know, their master plan from day one, since I've been on council, they bought the house there on the corner of Evers and Huebner with the whole purpose of building a nice church on Huebner, just like the Latter-day Saints across the street. Nothing in this change helps the church at all. We need to do something to help the church. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Edwards.
So is the second reading going to be December 4th or December 18th?
It would be December 4th, the very next meeting, unless we say tonight we need more time or something and we want to move it to a date specific.
Well, I just want, Councilman Martinez was saying 30 days, and that's 2 weeks, so, it's
right.
fairly
It's
complex
usually-
issues.
Mhm.
This is the only thing I would raise.
Moving forward, I'd like to get advance notice of zoning changes.
Yeah. Well, Ms. Postley is going to add everybody to the cell. I think that's where the miscommunication came from. So once we do that, you'll get your packet.
And we have been
Yeah.
getting notices, so then you go and have access. So that part was complied with, because I've gotten the last 3 or 4 from, and it always says to the other counselors, not just to me.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Jordan.
Yeah, just also follow up on that when we get presentations to the city council. There should be maps that has a breakdown of R1, R2, and what you're trying to explain and trying to convey to us, so where every different category is, this part of town, that part of town, and so forth, and so on. What kind of reaction have you received from the community in reference to the church before this request to expand?
I have not received.
Let me rephrase that. What kind of have you received any type of complaints or negative reaction or any type of concerns, with the exception of the sign? I'm aware of the sign when they wanted to put that up of St. John Church and the abutting community.
Regarding this particular code amendment, we've gotten substantial feedback from St. John's Baptist Church on this, and received feedback from a few residents of Pavona Place. They've had they've definitely had questions and feedback in that process. Generally, as far as the surrounding properties, have received positive feedback on this. And just gotten a little bit of input on, there's been some dialogue about whether or not to allow for these institutional uses in the R6. That way, particularly in the St. John's Baptist case, that would allow for the zoning of that property to R6 rather than something else. Again, going back to staff being able to confidently come to you and say, I feel like your staff feels like they understand the impact that this code revision is going to have. I can't confidently say I know what the impact of allowing institutional uses in R6 is, so that's why R6 is not being recommended to you in this zone change. Right now, our code allows clubs and lodges in R3, R3A, R4, and R5, and that's why we're recommending these other institutional uses in those districts. So generally, the feedback that we've gotten on this code amendment so far hasn't been negative with regard to any of the surrounding residents. So I don't want to talk too much about the separate zoning case. We've gotten a little bit of feedback on that too, and then we'll talk about that at a different time, I guess.
Well, I think that wasn't my question. My question was about prior to this proposed zoning change, or prior to the church coming, the knowledge of the church coming to the city council for a change, the relationship between the church and the adjoining community. Do you know if the city has received any complaints or?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, that was my question.
No, sir. I'm not aware of any issues or complaints that the city has received about the church. I haven't heard.
Well, whenever Chief Joe comes into the chambers, I know he wants to say something. So, Chief.
So,
yes.
Mayor and Council, the only thing, and it's a good problem to have, we do get some traffic complaints when they're giving out the food. And it's not very often, but we do get them. And most of the time we talk to the people and say, hey, it's a good problem to have because we're helping the community, and that's causing something. I'd rather them cause the problem and feed the community than say we're going to stop this because it's causing a problem one day a month. And so that is literally the only complaint I've seen or heard of in the 2+ years I've been here now.
Right, and I would just add that we did have an issue with the sign, but Pastor Price graciously worked with the neighbors that were complaining about the loom, the brightness, and so we thank you for that.
That was before my time.
It was before your time. So I just wanted to, we've had a good partnership with the church. So, yes.
Mayor and Council, also, Brandon mentioned it as a practical reason, but I look at it more as a legal reason for us to allow the churches or religious institutions in R3, R3A, R4, and R5 is because we're allowing lodges and clubs, which are institutional uses, in these districts, and we're not allowing churches. And in the case where it was the Elijah Group versus the City of Leon Valley, they said that we cannot discriminate against religious institutional uses. In other words, because in this case, churches now under our code are only allowed under B3. But we need to, if we're going to allow lodges and clubs that are other institutional uses under R3, R3A, and R4 and R5, then we have to allow for churches into those districts as well, legally.
Okay, very good. But I like Councilor Jordan's suggestion of a map so we know exactly where all these zones are, because I would like that for the next meeting. Yes. Councilor Martinez, that's okay.
Yeah, we can.
That's good. Thank you. Councilor Martinez, please.
The existing churches, what zone or category are they in right now?
Sorry, sir?
What zone category are the existing churches in?
It's a mix. We
A
have
mix of what?
It's a mix of B2. We have churches in B3. I think we have some existing churches in B2, B3. I think that we have some existing churches in. We may have a few in residential zoning districts, so it's not clean where we just have all churches in B3 right now. As you know, on Heavener Road, the Church of Latter-day Saints is in a B2 district. If we have some churches, yeah, it's a mix. I could do more of an analysis for you. I can't say exactly what the breakdown is right now, but I can break that down before the next council meeting if you like.
So when the Church of Latter-day Saints built, it was allowed in B2?
To my knowledge, it was built when the code allowed for it.
When did the code change?
I think our last code amendment was in 2000, after the Elijah case, which was in 2012, I think. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know that off the top of my head, but I forget.
You remember because you were probably community development director at the time.
The first time that the churches were not allowed in B2 zoning districts was back in 2008. Then we were sued, and they won. And so then we went back to the drawing board, and then I think they won it in 2010 to have them moved strictly to the B3. At that time, it was any use that was assembly-type uses is why they were moved to the B3, because it's an assembly with large crowds, and so that's why they were put into B3 commercial.
And that was 2010?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Whoops. Presidential alert. Okay. Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh, you mean even if you silent your phone, you're still going to have it? Oh yeah, mine's on silent. Okay. All right. Those of you that didn't silence it, shame on you. I'm just teasing. Okay. Yes. Any other? Yes. Let me make sure if there's any other comments from the council. If not, Mr. Prophet.
I don't think he's finished.
Oh, are you finished with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you are. Okay, good. Mr. Prophet, come on down. I think we said that we all had our questions answered for right now. So if you'd like to continue, Mr. Prophet, thank you and welcome.
Yeah, that's okay.
And if you'll state your name and where you live, please.
This is Larry Prophet. I live at 6307 Rue Sophie.
Okay.
Okay. Melinda did a good job of explaining how all this has evolved. It's not over yet. This doesn't solve everything. And before we move any further, the slide directly before this one, Crystal, there's one in there that doesn't call out R5. Right there.
Oh, that one right there. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so just make a note.
R5.
I'm sorry?
It's supposed to be R5.
Yeah, I'm just calling that to everybody's attention.
So under purpose, we should add R5.
Yes.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, that's what we agreed to. Okay, so it's an evolving thing. And there are, per the slides that Brandon did last night, they were excellent. and it answers a lot of these questions. Had you had the zoning slides, you would have seen all this. You would have had your questions answered. One thing. Right now, there are 7 churches in B2.
7 churches in B2.
Okay? So that haven't even been addressed, what you're going to do about that. You certainly don't want to put any new churches in a B zone, because that means that if the church folds 25 years from now, a department store can go in there and create more traffic than everything else. It would probably be reviewed, but the point is, everybody, I have even made a motion last night that we should move all of this to B3 for the moment, to get them into B3 and to be in compliance. But once you do that, it becomes B3 forever. And you don't want that situation with a church or any other institution, seriously, because it's sort of an assembly building. You're built it for a particular purpose. It's built for a particular purpose, but B3 can have other stuff in it that is more intense. So just to make it clear, we haven't solved their problem. And the next choice will be, do you want to call yourself 3, 3A, 4, or 5? Pick one. It's a Chinese menu. What's your reason for picking an R3A? Don't know, but I need one. Okay, so that's got to be dealt with. So they are not satisfied. There's more work to do in zoning. The slides last night were outstanding, and the maps were there. So I think since we passed it last night, I can support this. I mean, that's about as easy as we can get it right now. But that's just my opinion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Prophet. Yes. Mr. Smith, good evening and welcome. If you'll please state your name and where you live.
David Smith from the Old Mill neighborhood, Chair of the Zoning Commission. I'd just like to speak on behalf of the Zoning Commission. The issue that was presented, just to clarify really quick, because I feel that we're starting to get a little off topic here. The issue that was presented to us last night at the Zoning Commission was whether or not to allow institutional uses, not specific to any one particular case. And those institutional uses as a whole were, like it says up there, churches, schools, libraries, post offices, and museums. There was fantastic conversation about whether it be 2 different zoning districts. I encourage the entire council, before you vote the next time, to go watch the tape and see what all was said. But I just want to make sure that everyone understands that what we voted on was just to bring us in compliance of these other institutional uses, legally speaking, as the other institutional uses that are already allowed into this district. And that was what presented to us, and that is what we unanimously voted on to present to you and recommend approval.
Okay.
So,
right.
That's
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right. Yes. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Good evening and welcome. If you'll please state your name and where you live, please.
Paul Fletcher, 745 East Mulberry.
Hi,
San
Mr.
Antonio,
Fletcher.
Texas. I have a PowerPoint that I've already provided to the Assistant City Manager. And if you have a moment, I can pass out a handout.
Sure. Yes.
And it was in his presentation that the things not in Brandon's.
Oh, really? Oh. Well, then let's make sure that we can thank him for that.
Y'all are going to receive a handout. The last page that is loose in that handout is the city's current future land use map.
And Mr. Fletcher, we understood that you provided the colored map last night.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that. I
Thank you.
appreciate that.
You have it today.
Yes. And then, do I get one of those colored maps?
It's in the back.
Oh, it's in the back.
page.
Okay, and do you want me to pass that back to you? Thank you.
I'm going to wait till everyone,
Here we go.
If you don't mind, since I'm on the clock.
And
here.
Mr. Fletcher, do you want to state your connection to the church, just so everybody, we're transparent here?
I am the attorney that was hired by the church to file the zoning
Yes, sir.
application as well as the SUP application in April of
Yes,
this year.
in April of this year.
So we've been at this for some time.
Mhm.
And we're here, really, we have no opposition to the current regulation that's proposed before you to allow institutional uses such as churches, museums, in residential and commercial zoning districts. What we'd like to see is that you allow them in B2 zoning districts. And you heard testimony from the planning director that B2 is to serve neighborhoods. Well, you defined B2 as goods and services to residential areas. That's what they're saying the churches do. They provide services, religious services and uses to the neighborhoods, as well as to people from other neighborhoods. You heard a little bit by the history of the property, acquired in 2006 when churches were legal in every zoning district. In San Antonio, churches are legal in every zoning district. It is not a big issue of dispute. We have R1 and B2 property. We have an SUP on 6 acres. We have acquired the office building that you discussed earlier on the corner, and there's an unplatted portion of the property. The church is growing in your community and has grown in your community. And under your economic development goals, they're looking to expand and develop. And under your social equality goals, they're working with you to do that. And that's why we've waited 4 months to bring our application. Here's the proposal. The existing church is right here. The expanded church is right here. Can't do it because we need an SUP and a B3 zoning. We think the institutional uses that you talked about should really be categorized as assembly uses. In your IBC, your International Building Code, you have the 2015 edition. Assembly groups include buildings in which there are civic, social, and religious functions, recreation, food and drink consumption. They give you a list of assembly-type groups, art galleries, amusement arcades, community halls. I think you have a convention center, dance halls, funeral parlors, gymnasiums. You have billiard halls, museums, and libraries. Your current zoning allows churches in one area, B3. Art galleries, an assembly use, B1, B2, B3, L1. Entertainment, so billiard halls, bowling alleys, video game arcades, assembly-type uses, permitted with SUP in B1, B2, 3, and an industrial. Unfortunately, a church is not allowed in an industrial area. Let's go on to your other assembly-type uses. Funeral parlor, SUP in B2, library. You have one, and it's located in B1, but it's not allowed on your code. Museums, I couldn't find any museums in the city, but they're located in B3 as well as industrial. Is that 3 minutes?
Oh, okay.
If I could just
Yeah.
wrap up.
Is there, the only other thing I could think of is if there's somebody else that was going to speak that wanted to give Mr. Fletcher his 3 minutes, we could do it that way. I've seen that. Okay, there you go. So, to be fair, because I know you've gone to a lot of. So we've got another 3 minutes for who gave me that 3? Okay, the gentleman in the back. Okay, there we go. All right. So just but if I know you know that we're
pressed for time, and
yes,
I appreciate
well,
your.
We want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah.
Within
And really,
reason.
the crux is you have assembly and institutional uses that are allowed in B1 and B2 districts, and you're not allowing churches there.
Okay.
Going on to post offices, which is on the list, in a B2. So this is your current zoning. Now, I put the club and lodge up here. This is a cut and paste out of your use table under your commercial uses, SUP in B3, and industrial. But yet, you're comparing churches to lodges and clubs, but you're only saying it, or the staff is only recommending that they go into residential districts, but they can go in at least one more commercial district, industrial. Moreover, if you look at the residential use table, it says that clubs and lodges are allowed in B1, small business with SUP, no alcohol sales. So even comparing a church to the clubs that staff is recommending, they've left out B1, they've left out industrial. Google search, churches in Leon Valley. Didn't find any in a residential area. I gave you a zoning map. It's loose, attached, so you can look. I went through and pinned all the churches. I'm going to give you a little close-up here because it's kind of hard to see. You have the Church of Latter-day Saints, B2. You have your public library, B1, small business. I think you have your convention center, which is right here. I guess that's R1, I think. Maybe Brandon can correct me if I'm wrong. St. John's Baptist Church, the SUP is on the 6 acres. The unplatted portion is here. The platted portion is there, B2. And we're seeking to go B2 right there. No difference than B2 right here, kitty corner. Love Fellowship, B2. Landmark Baptist in Trinity goes down here, B2. Your post office is right here. It got cut off, but that's your post office. Here is one church in B3, actually 2 churches in the same strip mall. Then you have Freedom Church, which is also B3. Your only B3 churches. Lutheran Church of Resurrection in B2. Then you go down to Spirit CJ Life at the right near the freeway, and then Iglesia Church. The churches are in B2 zoning districts. You have a couple in B3. There are none in residential. We're not asking for residential. I'm not sure who in the community wants churches to be zoned in residential areas. We think that they're more appropriate in a B2 zoning district. When churches go to the Secretary of State and file, they file as nonprofit corporations. They're businesses. They're contributing to the diversity of the businesses here in Leon Valley. They're contributing to bringing people into town, members and visitors. They're buying gas. They're buying food. They may go to the Christmas lighting, and they may do other things that they see in Leon Valley. They go through that past the bridge. We would just request that you, when you make your motion at your next meeting, include B2 in that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And you have finished your presentation then. You've got plenty
There
of...
were 2 issues I just would like to respond to that
Okay,
Brandon
all
mentioned.
right. I'll give you just another minute or two
Thank
to,
you.
to
And
finish up on
one is the
that.
Elijah case we talked
The
about.
Elijah case,
The Elijah
yes.
case we talked about. I'm just going to read you a portion
Okay.
of it. Specifically, the use table notes that churches are not allowed in B2 zones at all, but that many non-religious, non-retail buildings, example, clubs and lodges, are allowed to request SUPs if granted to occupy B2 zones. Try as we may, we can't reconcile the ordinance facial treatment of a church differently than a private club in light of the B2 zones. B2 was the zone that was at issue in Elijah. We talked, you heard about the assembly uses. The other thing is, I know we have members of the commission here, and they're voicing their opinion. Like you all, you act as a body, and your opinions are voiced in your agendas and the resolutions and ordinances that you pass. I don't think the commission has expressed any opinion about B2 zoning other than let's table the matter. So I just want to make that clear, that although there was lengthy discussion on the issues with the residential restrictions, which we're happy to see are gone, I don't believe that the commission really took any position on B2 zoning for institutional and assembly type uses. So we just request that you consider those having B2 as a use where institutions and assemblies such as churches are permitted.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Do appreciate your presentation this evening.
Mayor and Council, I'm sorry, just as a point of clarification that Mr. Fletcher mentioned that the case mentioned B2. I believe that, and Brandon can correct me if I'm wrong, or Melinda, I believe right now there are no institutional uses in B2. That was removed because of that case, because the case was turned on that issue because we were discriminating against, we were found to be discriminating against religious uses because we allowed lodges and clubs in those, in that district. So I don't know, I do believe that.
That's why we don't, that's why churches are not allowed in B2 from that case forward.
No institutional, are they?
No, at that point in time, what that court case found was that at the time of that court case, our zoning code allowed for private clubs and private lodges in the B2 district, but it did not allow for any other institutional uses. And so Elijah said, you're currently allowing for these non-religious institutions, you need to be allowing for the religious institutions. So there are 2 options there. You can either change your zoning code to allow for churches, museums, post offices, and libraries in the B2, along with clubs and lodges, or you can remove the clubs and lodges from the B2. That way, they're not there and you're not being unequitable. So that was the
So
step
that's-
forward.
that's
That's what the city
what
did.
we did.
We removed those two from B2, and so
Mhm.
clubs and lodges are not allowed in B2 right now. They are all allowed exclusively in the B3. So right now, we are legally in sync with the Elijah case in terms of allowing institutional uses in our commercial zoning districts, which was the focus of that case.
Okay. But is there anything against going back to B2 and broadening the institutional use? I mean, we could still do that. I mean, it could change, right?
Legally, you can.
Okay.
But I believe there's some planning and zoning issues with regard to allowing churches and institutional uses in B2 since it's retail.
And again, and to build on that, to address Mr. Fletcher's comment about the commission not having addressed B2, I would say that as a staff liaison that's been at both those meetings, I would say that the commission has addressed B2. We had that initial discussion. We did discuss at that initial meeting, we discussed potential amendments to the code to address allowing institutional uses in R1 and in B2 with an SUP. The commission gave us feedback on that. We went back, as staff does, after your commission gives you feedback. We did additional work on that, and so the recommendation that we went back to the commission with last night was to not make a code amendment to allow institutional uses in the B2 or the R1, but to make a code amendment to allow them in R3, R4A, and or R3A, R4, and R5. And we specifically addressed that. We addressed that at the zoning commission meeting last night. That we talked about it last time. It's no longer staff's recommendation to make any changes to the B2 district based on.
And this was based on the zoning commissioners telling you that they didn't want to make a change in B2.
This was based on tabling the item. Their concerns were specifically, most of the discussion revolved around R1, but the original request was for R1 and B2.
Yeah.
And so that item was tabled.
Okay.
And so there was no separate item for B2. The general item at the first meeting was to look at making changes to our code to allow institutional uses in residential and commercial zoning districts. So we talked about that, we tabled, and then we went back last night, and staff's recommendation was to not make any changes to B2.
Okay. Because I mean, I agree about R1, because some of y'all have not been here longer than some of y'all, but we did have a church in the Monte Robles area about 5 years ago. And it was just, traffic and noise and, because I don't know, it was allowed at that time. But anyway, so they've gone. So I have an issue with the R1, but I didn't know about the B2. So, and so I understand about R1. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
What I gathered last night is the issue presented to the zoning commission was to deal with R2, R3, 4, and 5. And the topic did sway, and there was a little bit of discussion about B2, but the chairman brought it right back and said, hey, we're really not discussing B2. What's on our plate is B1, the R. So he brought the conversation back to what was on the agenda. So really the discussion about B2 was not prevalent to last night's meeting. It was briefly discussed, but that was not on the plate for last night.
Okay.
It seems like with 7 churches in a B2 right now that we have, a very simple fix for us is to allow churches in a B2 with an SUP, and that'll solve the problem.
Okay. Mr. Smith, our zoning chair, what would you like to add?
No, the only thing I would add is Councilor Martinez is correct. Like I said earlier, the issue that was presented to us was R3, R3A, 4, and 5. I've already instructed staff that we need to have the conversation about B2.
Okay.
The reason I kept swaying it back last night is, like I said, that's what we were there to talk about. I do fully believe, speaking as a citizen, not as chair of the zoning commission, we do need to have a very in-depth conversation about B2 and whether or not to allow it there. So, I'm hoping December 11th. I've still got to meet with Brandon. We'll get it on the agenda. We'll talk about it. We'll go through that formal process, and we'll have whether you handle it on your end or we present another recommendation to you, I still intend to fully talk about it at the zoning commission.
Okay.
How about the town hall meeting?
Well, you know what? I had that on my thing. I have town hall meeting issue, question mark. I don't know.
I think that we need to talk about it first.
Yeah.
And
but
then we can present it to the town hall meeting, because
But I know it doesn't,
don't think we, well,
they want
with,
an answer
with all
earlier
respect
than.
to the church,
Yeah.
we're not specifically talking about St. John's Church. They're
That's
the
right.
catalyst that started this. We're
Mhm.
talking about, in general, the use of institutions in R3, R3A, 4, and 5. And that's all we're talking about.
But what I hear you say is you want to have another discussion with the zoning commission for
Well,
B2 for institutional
Correct.
uses.
Correct.
Okay.
For whether we allow institutional uses in that additional type of zoning.
Okay. Yes.
But your recommendation is still to remain, go forward with this. That was the zoning commission's
It
recommendation.
is the unanimous recommendation of the zoning commission that you approve this as presented.
Okay, and not just add B2 without getting the input from the zoning commission.
We have not had a formal discussion about B2 yet, no.
Gotcha. All right. All right. Yes, Mr. Fletcher, come on back. You bet. Yes, sir.
I'm not trying to cast any dispersions.
No.
I mentioned the zoning commission, and I made the recommendation last night, and I made the recommendation today based on your agenda. Your agenda reads, institutional uses including churches, museums, and libraries in residential and commercial zoning districts. So it's my position that even despite the fact that they may not have acted upon it, you all can act upon that when you take this matter up. Your agenda allows that. It envisioned talking about commercial districts. That's why we're here. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Now, Mr. Smith, you do not have another meeting at the end of November for zoning? Did you say December 11th is your next meeting?
No, we have another one on November 27th.
Okay.
But my understanding is we already have, November 27th, next Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
We've had so many meetings, I apologize.
This won't be able to be put on
This will not be on that one. No, there's not enough time for notification, and we've already got a very full deck that night with zoning cases, plats, and SUPs.
So it would be
its
December
due time.
11th.
So December 11th would be the next one, because we've already canceled the December 25th scheduled meeting because it seemed like everyone was probably going to be busy that day.
No, come on, man. Where's your dedication?
My dedication will be at the dining room table with
There
a
you
big
go.
turkey that night. So.
I don't blame you. Okay. Yes, Councilor Jordan.
Mayor, can I make a motion we table this item to after the December 11th meeting with the Planning and Zoning Commission for the conversation of B2 and what's allowed, and what's not allowed, and then brought back to the council at a date after that.
Would you like it for our second meeting in December, which is, I believe, December 18th? Okay, sure. December 18th, date certain.
December 18th.
Second.
Okay, yes.
Just for clarification, Mayor and Council, B2 has nothing to do with this item that we're bringing to council today. So we're merely asking that the zoning be changed to allow for institutional uses in these districts. If you want to bring another item to add B2, you can, but just for clarification, if it makes sense to table this item, to postpone it, to wait for B2, when you can just bring a new item for B2. It's up to you.
Well, it's just all encompassing is
That's what
I'm,
it seems
I'm
to me.
thinking too, you know.
Right.
I think they've done all the work on this, and I think it is a separate item. It's a whole separate issue that will take much more than just a meeting and just to try to tag it on here, because it's the thing with the city that we're trying to do is to correct all the zoning problems that exist. And so this can be passed and B2 can be attempted to be brought to the December 20 meeting, but there's not a reason to postpone this one, that it couldn't go forward on because it's completely different. They're asking, it's like asking for an SUP for, because it happens to exist a problem right now, but this won't solve it, and maybe B2 won't solve it, but this can get done and finished, and B2 can be a whole separate issue. I think that's the way I look at it. I did sit through the whole meeting last night and listen to the comments and the questions. The commissioners had really good questions, and the issue was brought up even by Commissioner Prophet, and then he came around to saying, well, this isn't the issue, that's a separate issue. We're here on this, let's vote on this, and that's how the unanimous vote came.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, we do have a motion and a second, so I have to deal with that. Yes, Councilor Martinez.
I tend to agree with Councilor Jordan on this issue. One of the reasons to delay this is to encourage staff and the zoning commission to resolve this B2 issue in a timely manner. Now, I can also agree with Councilor Alcazar. If we were to pass this tonight, but make a separate motion to require staff and the zoning commission to work on this issue and bring it back to the second meeting in December, I would be happy. I would be happy with that. That way we can pass this, but we also give them direction.
But remember, we can't vote on it tonight. This is our first reading, so.
I know.
But we can give direction to table it.
Yeah, but we can also make a motion to instruct staff or bring it to council.
I think just a recommendation. I don't think because it's not, we can't make a motion.
We can't make a motion to pass this tonight, but we can give the staff direction on what our thought process is.
But I also think if I had a question.
Right, so, can I ask Mr. Jordan to restate what you were requesting?
Okay, well, if it's not the church's opposition to the R3, as it already said, then we can pass that portion tonight.
Or for the second reading.
I'm sorry,
yeah,
for the second reading.
Mm-hmm.
But the first meeting in December, after the planning and zoning meeting, the B2 issue, we need a presentation of the B2 issue sent to the Planning and Zoning Commission, as well as the materials sent to the council for us to review prior to them coming back for the 18th,
yes,
December 18th meeting.
So you have to withdraw your motion.
I was just going to say,
okay, so
withdraw your or would you be willing to withdraw your motion to table?
Yes.
And Councilor Edwards, yes.
I withdraw.
Okay. All right. So now you're
I'll make a motion that we go ahead and pass the R.
Proceed to the second reading.
This is the first
Okay.
reading.
I'm sorry.
No motions.
No motions.
No motions.
The second reading. I got to get used to the second reading.
Yeah, I know. We're still getting used to the home rule after almost 1 year, but it's new. We're doing better, I think. But anyway.
Okay.
I always say no vote, no vote, no vote, vote,
Exactly.
vote. You know. So
All right.
okay, go ahead. So I like what you're saying.
What's
Go ahead.
presented tonight
Mhm.
from the Planning and Zoning, accept that, and then B2 going back to the Planning and Zoning Commission, addressed at the December 11th meeting, and then brought back to council with the materials from the Planning and Zoning at December 11th, forwarded before our December 18th meeting, so we'll be well knowledgeable of what was discussed.
Okay.
And I'll be his second on this request.
You have to put it in writing.
No, it can be done at the city council meeting verbally.
Mm-hmm. I think
It's a request.
Yeah, it's a request. It's a request. So we have a motion and a second by. No. There's no motion. That's right. We have direction. We have direction. So everybody. Okay. So I think we're trying to communicate that we appreciate what the zoning commission has done with the R3, all three, R4 and R5 but we're also wanting to look at the B2. So I believe everybody's heard that discussion and the schedule so the December 4th meeting, we will take this particular specific agenda item up for vote for the institutional uses, right? For R3, R3A, and then we'll look at the B2 on the December 18th meeting, is what I'm understanding. Okay? Is that everybody there? Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make sure I understand. You want a first read on the B2?
No. We said after the zoning commission meeting on December the 11th.
Okay, because we have to advertise for the B2 as well. And
Well, so it would be December 18th, whatever.
Right.
We need a 15-day newspaper notice in order
Oh,
to take this back to the zoning
exactly.
commission
Okay.
for December 11th. So I'll get with them first thing tomorrow.
Okay.
Maybe we would need to have that meeting on Thursday, December the 13th. I don't know. Either
Okay.
way, we can work
Whatever you
that
can
out.
do, that would
I'll
be
figure out the
appreciated.
logistics
Thank
on
you.
that tomorrow.
Thank
Yes,
you
ma'am.
very much.
Well, the first
Just
meeting.
work it out.
I'm sorry, the first meeting in January 2019.
Well, see, it's not till the 15th of January, so we're moving it even further out.
Mhm.
So if we could get it done in December, I'd greatly appreciate it, but if you can't, okay, that'd be great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. All right, Mr. Fletcher. Yes, sir.
Just one clarification.
Uh-huh.
I mentioned in my presentation that lodges in your residential use table are allowed in B1. I'm not sure what the staff's position is on that, but it could spill over to a commercial use, so I would just hope that the next meeting we have, you hear the position on whether lodges and clubs are allowed in the B1 zoning as indicated on the residential use matrix.
Okay. All right. So, okay. Yes.
Mayor and council, not to argue, we're lawyers. But I believe that's with an SUP. It's not by right. So, yeah.
Because what I think is going to change.
And we don't have any.
We don't have any lodges or clubs.
They're allowed, but.
Not yet, yeah.
But it's by SUP.
But, and the only reason I'm pointing that out is because if a lodge and club is allowed by SUP in B1, then conversely, you would think similarly.
Well, I believe the case was about by right.
Okay. I'm just pointing that out, so I just would like to see that clarification.
Okay. Thank you. Do you have any other questions, Mr. Milan? Yes, sir.
Last thing to add,
Yes, sir.
again, in the future, we're going to be looking at revising our zoning code, comprehensive revision. So one of the things in this exercise is, it's pointed out some inconsistencies that we have. Right now in the zoning matrix, in our permitted use matrix for commercial districts, clubs and lodges are not permitted with an SUP in the B1 zoning district. So I think that reference that was pointed out, that's something that just wasn't changed in the past. And so I think definitely that this item that we're talking about doing on December 11th or December 13th, this is definitely an opportunity to really go in and clean up, housekeeping, clean up different things and get clarification. Okay. Do we want to have this by SUP in the B1, or was this something that wasn't changed in the past or something? So we'll address all those things next time.
Appreciate y'all taking and lifting the weights of the zoning commission. So thank you. All righty. Great discussion. Very good. Thank y'all very much for coming. And again, we wish y'all a happy Thanksgiving. We'll move on with our regular agenda again because we don't have a vote tonight. But thank y'all very much. And we'll let y'all have a minute or 30 seconds if y'all would like to leave before we move on. Or if you want to stay and have more of Leon Valley City Council night, we'd love to have you. So, but
I'm ready to eat some more.
Just that was a no. They want to go home. Is the Spurs playing? I don't know,
No, I think they played last night.
They played last night. That's right. All right. Thank y'all very much. Good evening, Mr. Fletcher, and thank you
Anybody
for being
need
here.
breakfast?
Yes. And Reverend Price as well. Thank you, Reverend Price. Or Pastor Price. Okay. Yes, sir. Do you want to? Well, I don't want to take a break, but I know Brandon's the next one, and he had to. Yeah.
We can take a brief potty break. It's been long.
It has been. It's been 2.5 hours. Okay.
That's what happened last night. This whole thing was 2 hours.
If anybody needs to take a break, we will continue in about a minute. There's some counselors that want a minute or two. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You probably need to. German. Huh?
You never know.
He's running.
Oh, yeah? No, I haven't done that.
After I sent that to you a while ago, I wasn't sure that was you. The park director. Somebody was like, oh, I'm real big in the park director. And so like government. Yeah, okay. That's, so my wife's best friend is in Georgia. He just posted order for Facebook. He just posted it. So it's hilarious. Finding all vetted him in person, whatever. The very first person says, I watched every episode of Parks and Rec. What do I like? Every first response. So here's like his post. But
That's hilarious. That's maybe one of my favorite.
every place I've ever been, like fire station or business, whatever. I was like, I know every single the roles. The tattletale, the know-it-all, the jokester. I was like,
That's our dinner. That's terrible.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to break down.
Repulsive.
Is that down from?
You can always eat some crackers.
Yes, I was. I mean, yeah, totally back to her, but I wanted to hear. And then I've canceled other ones too.
Okay, if we can kind of start taking our places, we'll continue our regular agenda, number 8.
Okay, good, good.
Okay, very good. So, Mr. Milan, I think you're up next. Ms. Pasale, we will continue at approximately 8:33 from our break. On our regular agenda for November the 20th, we are now at 8:02. And Ms. Pasale, if you'll please read the ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council amending Section 15.02.722 of the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances regarding procedures of the Board of Adjustment and criteria for evaluating requests for appeals, special exceptions, and variances, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. Mr. Milan, if you'll please continue.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council.
Yes.
The purpose of this ordinance, as Mrs. Pasley mentioned, is to amend our zoning code, to amend the criteria and the findings that the board uses in making decisions, in making motions to either approve or deny requests. And so, and I'll just talk kind of a little bit about the way our code is laid out. Some cities have their boards and commission procedures and the criteria by which they evaluate appeals, special exceptions, and variances. Some cities have all of that laid out in, say, a Chapter 1, which is general provisions. It's not in the zoning code. Here in Leon Valley, in our zoning code, we have all of those procedures in our zoning code. And that's the way that's set up right now. So if all of those criteria and those procedures were not in the zoning code and just in Chapter 1, such a request would come directly to the council, because the zoning commission only considers amendments and changes to regulations in Chapter 15, the zoning code. That's their bailiwick. That's their area. However, our zoning code has all these procedures for Board of Adjustment and the zoning commission's procedures and criteria for evaluating requests. All of that's in Chapter 15. So that's why we took this request to the zoning commission last night for consideration approval. They considered that request and voted unanimously in approval of it. And so here we are tonight for the first read, because y'all are the next step in any kind of code change to anything in the city code. So that's a little bit of background about, how we process this request and why we process it this way. To give a little bit of, more reason on the impetus of this, we talked extensively about our zoning code, and we're going to be working on that. And the criteria that we have in that zoning code has been in there for some time. I would say the criteria that we have is a little bit more traditional. It's a little bit more standard. You look at zoning codes all throughout the state of Texas, they have similar criteria where the criteria discusses, and I'll go ahead and read the criteria right now. I'll go through it. You see in the red line packet, you have language. First of all, it says findings of the board in making motions to approve special exceptions, variances, and appeals. Right now, the way the language states, it's not. It uses may. And as we know, when we come to regulations, there's a big difference between the word may and shall. May means you can, but you're not required to. Shall means you must. And so right now, in the criteria, it says, in making motions to approve special exceptions, variances, or appeals, the board may include findings. So it doesn't necessarily require that those findings are included. And furthermore, the criteria that's contained in the code, I would consider as a planner and someone that, deals with implementing plans and trying to evaluate things on a quantitative, objective, analytical level, measurable level. I would say that the criteria that we have is, in my opinion, difficult to quantify. Some of that criteria is that the request will not cause a decrease in property values. I'm not qualified to make that assessment, or that the request will not be injurious to adjacent property owners. It's difficult to understand whether or not something's going to be injurious until it's already occurring. And so, as your planning director, I look at these criteria, and I would say it's difficult for staff to be able to measure and analyze requests that we have based on this criteria. And so, with that in mind, currently staff does not provide recommendations to the Board of Adjustment. We provide recommendations to our zoning commission because we have plans that the city council has adopted. We have a comprehensive plan that the city council adopted, a future land use plan. Zone changes, we look at that, and our recommendation is based on that. So we have documents there to look at. But we historically, staff does not provide a policy does not provide I have not been providing recommendations to the Board of Adjustment. However, that's a direction that we're looking to change. I would like to start making recommendations to the Board of Adjustment, but going back to me being able to confidently come and make a recommendation, I need to be able to quantitatively look at a request and say, I've been able to analyze this. And so again, with the Board of Adjustment, zoning commission recommendations, that's advisory, that's planning, that's policy. With Board of Adjustment, we're dealing with law. So, currently, when we have these cases, we coordinate with the city attorney to prepare. And moving forward, the intent of these regulations is to create criteria that is objective, that's measurable, that allows me to take a request that we receive, come up with, do my analysis, our staff to do our analysis, and then before we finalize that recommendation, that enables me to coordinate with our city attorney and for her to provide a final, yes, I concur with your recommendation, Brandon, or no, I have concerns based on my legal expertise. And so what this intent is to make more measurable criteria, but to also facilitate a process that will enable us to better support our boards and commissions in considering requests. And so based on that purpose, that's why we're recommending this criteria. So I'll go ahead and go through the existing criteria that we had. And I'll focus mostly on variances because that's really mostly what the Board of Adjustment considers. I've done one appeal in my entire 10-year career of doing this. I've done a few special exceptions. We don't do very many of them here. Our code just doesn't really create a process for that. But mostly what the Board of Adjustment considers here in Leon Valley is variances, whether it be for signs, whether it be for a range of things. And so I'm going to focus on that. The criteria that we currently have, as I mentioned, it's, in the way it states, a motion to grant a variance may, when appropriate, state findings. Some of those findings are that it's not self-imposed, that light or air will not be impaired to adjacent property, that there will be no adverse effect from the granting of the variance. This is what I'm getting at with, it's hard, how do I quantify, how does staff quantify there will be no adverse effect? As we know, there are lots of different things that can happen from development. So, and again, the one that I pointed out, neighborhood property values will not be substantially impaired. I'm a planner, I'm not a commercial appraiser, and that would take extensive analysis to try to look at impacts of different land uses. So again, this is why we're moving in this direction. So that's the red line.
Yeah,
and so here's the finished proposal.
Yeah.
And I'll go ahead and read over it so you can see we've really tightened up the language. And so criteria for approval, this is the way Exhibit A is the way it would potentially read. In making motions to approve special exceptions, variances, and appeals, the motion shall state affirmative findings as to each of the criteria listed below. Similarly, in making motions to deny special exceptions, variances, and appeals, the motion shall state a negative finding as to at least one of the criteria listed below. So I'll explain that. The way this is set up is, and this is really, the intent is to uphold our code, except in situations where it can, affirmative findings may be found in this criteria. So if a request were to come before the board, staff would be making a recommendation, but in order to approve that request, the motion would have to include affirmative findings for each of these criteria. And so if the board was not able to make affirmative findings for each of these criteria, the request for a variance would not be able to be approved. And similarly, if one or more is not met, then the request would be to deny it. And so you need to make affirmative findings on all of them to approve, but if one of these isn't met, then it can't be approved. So then the request to deny need only state the particular finding that is not affirmative.
Let me just understand you. So under variances, A through G have to be met in order to approve that variance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead and go over those.
Okay. Just want to be sure I understood that.
Ma'am. And so for variances, I'll go ahead and list those. That the circumstances for which the variance is being sought is not self-imposed. That's actually already in the code. So we haven't thrown out all of them.
Okay.
But some of them are kept in there because they were objectively and quantitatively able to be measured. So that the circumstances for which the variance is being sought are not self-imposed, and that the applicant has demonstrated that no reasonable use can be made of the property without this variance. That's a very standard criteria. It's existed in every city I've ever worked in. That the circumstances for which the variance is being sought are unique to the subject property. Again, that's the purpose of a variance. Our goal in a community is to uphold the laws and regulations that we create, except in cases where it can be demonstrated. This is a really unique situation. That's the point of the variance. it's a hardship that we're dealing with. So if somebody has a really steep incline on their property that nobody else has, yeah, that would meet that criteria. It's unique to their property. And similarly, that the variance will not grant a special privilege to the applicant compared to similarly situated properties. What that statement specifically addresses is the dangerous ability to create a precedent, that you're not providing a special privilege. So somebody gets something, and then, okay, now we've established that. Now other people are going to say, well, you gave them this variance. Why can't I have it? And now you've completely, you kind of, your code is, or whatever that provision is not really enforceable anymore in the code. And the applicant has demonstrated that the amount of the variance requested is the minimum needed to afford relief. This is really important, especially when you're dealing with different things. I'll bring up something I can think of as trees. In my career, I've dealt with a lot of, variances for landscaping. And so, okay, someone's demonstrating, I need a variance for all the trees, a variance to have to replace all the trees on my property. Well, without a site plan, without saying, here's why I can't, and so if, it would be up to the applicant to demonstrate, here's my site plan, look, you can clearly see there's no way I can fit trees on this steep slope, and the trees just will not take any root at all. Or if the site plan demonstrates, wow, there's about 2,000 square feet of area where trees could be planted at 30 feet spacing, they haven't demonstrated that's the minimum necessary. So that would allow them, the Board of Adjustment in a hypothetical scenario like that to deny the request. And then they come back and modify their request and say, okay, here's a different request. I'll do, 5 trees instead of just wanting to not have to do any at all. And the last two, that the circumstances for which the variance is being sought are not merely financial. That is standard. That was already in our code, I think. And again, somebody, a good example I can think of that I've dealt with is, not wanting to. Our code requires 75% masonry on I think residential structures. And so someone says, I don't want to put 75% masonry on my house. I just want it to be hardy plank siding. What's the reason for that? That's the cost. Reason is most likely because it's a lot more expensive. You can't give a variance for that. Also, lastly, that the variance is not intended to provide relief from a procedural requirement of the zoning code. This is not currently one of the criteria, but I think it's important.
So give an example for that one.
An example is the requirement to supply a drainage analysis with a plat. Right now our code, with plats, even with zone changes, we have requirements to supply traffic impact analysis, drainage analysis. These are important analyses that enable us to make decisions. Without these types of analyses, we can't look at a development and quantify for the community what kind of impact it's going to have. And so there's a big difference between a development requirement and a procedural requirement, such as, paying a fee, or even providing an application or providing a site plan. Those are procedural things. And so it's common to have a specific criteria in your code that no variance may be sought for a procedural item. Anybody has the right to come ask for whatever variance they want, but that doesn't mean that the criteria will allow for an affirmative approval of it. And so what this is saying is this is keeping variances to development types of requirements. In the zoning code, you've got use, you have development, and then typically you have procedures mixed in there as well. So it's important to, staff's recommendation is to specify it cannot be for a procedural thing. It's for variances for setbacks, height, those types of things.
So then when an applicant comes to request a variance, then they need to address A through G to the board.
Yes.
And give their evidence on each one of those so they can make the decision from there? Absolutely.
And we will be, the plan moving forward, if this amendment is adopted, would be to amend our applications. Okay. That way it's important for the applicants to do the work and state why they are requesting a variance and how they feel that their request meets this criteria. So that's part of them providing the information they're providing to the board, and it also enables us to analyze that and measure that at a staff level as well.
And would the motion have to use this language?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
All right. Very good. Thank you. Councilor Martinez, you wanted to weigh in on this topic?
Again, like the last topic, I really don't like that this was brought to zoning last night, and it's here tonight. There should have been sufficient time for us to review this. I have a big issue with the may and the shall. The Board of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial board, and as such, they need broad powers to interpret the way they feel, not the way staff wants them to rule. I view staff job when an issue comes before the Board of Adjustment, staff needs to be like a lawyer and present the facts and only the facts of the case. And then it's up to the Board of Adjustment to analyze the staff's findings and then listen to the plaintiff or whoever the applicant is, get their story, and then they need to be able to deliberate, and they can use these A through G as guidelines, but they shouldn't have to follow all A through G. They say, well, yes, I agree, this A, B, C, and F applies to here, and we recommend either approval or denial of those items. So they should be able to pick which items they're going to appeal and which they want to pass. And the last item that you mentioned, G, that item, if something comes up, that item should have been identified the first time the applicant came to community development for a building permit or whatever they want to do. And if their variance is to provide anything relief from procedural requirement, that should have been identified at that point. So now we're talking about an applicant that has requested a building permit or some zoning change or whatever incident that causes them to go to community development, and community development and the zoning find against them. So now the applicant will file with the Board of Adjustment for some kind of injunctive relief. So, that's where I believe that issue should have been addressed at the beginning and not at the
I'm sorry, Councilman Martinez, I think we're a little off topic. Are you talking about a particular case?
No,
Okay.
none at all.
Okay.
I'm just saying that item G should not be on here, that should have, any issues with procedural issues should have been addressed at the community development early in the process, not at the end of the process.
And that's a point that's
happy
a
to
point.
address.
I think, okay. And what do you say to that? That's what I
Well,
wanted
just a
to
few
know.
things, as far as the timing on this, the reason why this is so close proximity is, we've identified this as an urgent matter. So, that we have business coming before the city. The reason why this criteria is being presented to you is because it's important that we have strong firm, in our staff's opinion, that we need to change this criteria. And the sooner this criteria gets established, the sooner we're able to apply it to subsequent cases. And so that's related to the urgency. Definitely, we want to be able to provide y'all with as much notice and time to prepare, but we felt like this was an urgent item, so that's why this is here. Regarding the flexibility of the board, that's really, I think, that a similar concern was brought up regarding the board being able to interpret these cases. Really, just like in any case, this is going to be a situation no different than the zoning commission. Any kind of zoning case that we bring to you, say, it's staff's recommendation, we say we don't agree. In staff's recommendation, you shouldn't. We recommend you deny this zoning request based on this and this. The same thing will apply to the BOA. Staff will be looking at each of these criteria. And take, for instance, again, going back to the minimum necessary. So staff's recommendation may be, I've looked at the site plan in terms of my expertise and my experience. I believe that they have not demonstrated this is the minimum necessary. so then, at that point, then the board's able to look at that and say, you know what, Brandon, we respectfully disagree. We think that they have demonstrated the minimum necessary. So that's where, you know, whatever you want to call it, latitude or flexibility to use their own interpretation comes into play. You know, just like a lawyer does, a lawyer pleads a case for something, but at the end of the day, it's up to the jury to decide. And they're bringing a persuasive argument, or they're bringing their expertise. So that's where this is going to apply. The board is still able to take each one of these criteria and either agree or disagree respectfully with staff and make their findings based on that. They're not bound to make a decision based on my recommendation. It is just merely supplemental information to assist them in making their decision, and they can use that recommendation, apply it or not. That's the beauty of all boards and commissions. I'm here to support y'all.
But what you just said is that they have to agree with A through G to approve whatever's brought before them. And I'm getting the feeling that the tail is wagging the dog instead of the dog wagging the tail. Staff is trying to ram something down to the Board of Adjustment, and they are a statute. They are a board that state statute authorizes them, and they should have the latitude. Staff works for the Board of Adjustment, not the Board of Adjustment working for the staff. And that's the way this is presented to me, is staff, the Board of Adjustment is going to be a rubber stamp for staff, instead of them being a quasi-judicial committee.
Well, that's why we're here this evening, sir,
Yeah,
for y'all to consider the criteria.
And so, wait a minute, I know, thank you, I didn't mean to interrupt,
Oh, no
I'm
problem.
sorry.
No, no.
I know that our city attorney wants to speak, and so does our counselor, so,
I
city
just wanted
attorney
to,
Frederick, go ahead.
to make sure that everybody understands that in the Municipal Law and Procedure Manual, it shows that case law states that the applicant for the variance must demonstrate that a literal enforcement of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. The applicant must show that the hardship is unique, oppressive, not common to other property, not merely financial, not against the public interest, and not self-imposed. This was in Moody versus City of University Park, Zoning Board of Adjustments versus Marshall here in San Antonio. And I'm just showing you this, or trying to tell you this, to let you know that it's not that we're saying that the Board of Adjustments has to follow this, but the applicant has to follow this and prove these variance requests to the Board of Adjustments in order for them to make. The burden is on the applicant, not on the City of Leon Valley, and not on the Board of Adjustments. So they're the ones that have to come forth and prove that to the Board of Adjustments and make sure that each and every one of those A through G, which have been listed in many cases in Texas, that they have to prove
Okay.
in order to get a variance.
And prior to this, we had a bunch of red line, so,
Well, it's because it really didn't follow the law.
okay, we just didn't.
And
you're trying to simplify it, is that what I'm?
We're trying to make sure that the Board of Adjustments, as a quasi-judicial board, has the right tools to make a decision in a case that's not arbitrary and capricious, that doesn't get appealed to court. Even if it does get appealed to court, the court won't rule that the ruling was done in an arbitrary and capricious manner.
Okay. Counselor Edwards?
Did I hear correctly saying there was some kind of extraordinary circumstance that caused this to be pushed forward and it had to be addressed? Can you share with us what that issue is?
Well, we've had 3 Board of Adjustment meetings, and I don't make recommendations to those. And, you know, I think moving forward, and it's, you know, it's a conversation that's been had. It's been a conversation that's been, you know, I've been asked the question by citizens in the community, why don't you make recommendations? Some cities do that. Some cities, why don't you make recommendations? And so I'm happy to make recommendations. You all know I love to talk about planning and make recommendations. It's important that I have criteria by which I can provide a recommendation, because without criteria I can't really confidently do that.
So this was reviewed by the Zoning Commission last night,
Yes.
right? Has this, will this be reviewed by the BOA?
No, it will not.
No. Okay.
It will not,
And
because
is there a reason? Just the zoning commission, okay, I didn't know.
it's in the zoning code, so that's why it has to go
Okay,
before
that's why it
them.
has to go
Typically,
before-
it'll be in a
okay.
chapter 1, and it'll come before y'all. Y'all are the governing body.
Okay.
So y'all decide the procedures and the criteria by which. And so to further answer your question, Councilor Edwards, in terms of the urgency of the situation is, we have criteria by which, when I look at that, I can't, we as a staff, we can't look at that criteria and provide recommendation on it. So I would say, looking at that criteria, and as Mrs. Frederick pointed out, the need to make sure that we avoid situations where findings or motions are, potentially found at a later date to be arbitrary and capricious. That's why we think this is an urgent situation. New staff, looking at these codes and trying to apply them, and seeing this issue, that's the urgency of it.
Okay, back to G, and Mr. Martinez's point, could that be addressed at the front end of the process? I don't think you had answered that.
Can I help a little bit
Yeah.
there?
Yeah,
We
sure.
had, at the meeting last night, it was discussed, but we also had problems, not to mention specific, but we have people who say, well, we did a traffic analysis 20 years ago, and it's just the same now. And yet, for example, if it were in a little, where they have the various offices and the various kind of businesses, when you add something that will bring a lot of people versus something that will bring a few people, there's a difference in whether or not you need an analysis. And so somebody says, I don't care, I don't think we need one. And so it has come up front. And so then their choice goes to the board saying, well, I don't think I need it. I'm not really trying to do this. It's just the city trying to impose something, and I did it already.
Yeah, I think, in terms of informing people of requirements, we do that. When people come and talk to us and they request a pre-development
So G is
meeting,
done at the front end of the process. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, G is related to procedural items that are clearly stated in our code, which is available for anybody in the development industry to see. Our code is online, and those procedures are there. So ultimately, the responsibility for following procedures and requirements on the development community to do the due diligence and look at the code.
Mm-hmm.
For us at a staff level, if anybody comes in and has questions about the code, immediately, when they come in, upon first contact with our development community, when they come in with questions about procedures, we immediately inform them of those requirements. And let them know. And in my experience in my career, when something like, a potential request for a variance to a procedure comes up in a community where that's allowed, it's usually because someone did their due diligence and they said, I'm not really sure if this project is going to work out. I'm worried about spending $5,000 on a traffic impact analysis when I might get the zone change, and that's why they go for the variance. But at the same time, they're made aware of it. And so, again, the reason why G is on there is because, in my experience and my recommendation to y'all, there really is, I can't think of a situation where someone wants a variance from a procedure that has a reason other than the fact that they're trying to save money. And so that would not also be in compliance with item F. I've never had a situation, I can't think of a situation, a good reason to not do a drainage analysis or a traffic impact analysis or prepare a site plan, because those cost money. Those things cost money, and they're not wanting to spend money to do that due diligence at that point in time. So, in many respects, item G is going to have issues with item F as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so if this is our first read, we've got to have a public hearing, by the way. I didn't do that on number 4. Don't tell anybody. But anyway, I just saw that. I went, oh, no, sorry. But will you have a training with the BOA if we pass this new process?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Since this is foreign to them is what I'm saying. They haven't seen this, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Yes, sir.
So this is all brought about because you can't make recommendations because of the way it's worded currently? Is that what you're saying?
Councilor Edwards, this is brought about because this will enable me to make recommendations, and because the current criteria that we have in our code, we feel like is not I'd say, protecting the city's interest in terms of ensuring that items, potentially, that's why we set procedures out for all of our boards and commissions, and that's why we set procedures for staff to make sure that, these procedures are, protecting the city's interest, and they're also in the best interest of our development community. With these procedures, potential developers will know, they'll be able to see this and understand in advance what the requirements are.
But to date, you haven't made recommendations because you feel the wording of the existing Section 1502 and so on doesn't allow you to make a recommendation.
I wouldn't say it doesn't allow me, but I don't feel
You don't
confident
feel
making
comfortable or
recommendations on those
confident.
criteria.
I see.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else?
May-
Yes, we're going to
Mayor
open
and
up a
I'm
public
sorry.
hearing.
It's because before the 15.02.722 was not legally sound, and it was a mess, to be honest with you.
That's the redlined
Yes,
version,
yes.
and now you've cleaned
The
it up,
water
is what you're
redline.
Cleaned it up.
basically telling us.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Yes, ma'am.
I just think it's also interesting. I just want to, kind of talk about, you say it's a mess. It was first brought to our attention by Denton Navarro about, how long, and that's been in existence for a long time, over a past BOA case a few months ago. So when Denise got back, they cleaned it up.
Okay.
All
right.
So
I think-
that's what this is.
I think a
is
lot of the
cleanup
council
version.
didn't know the background, so I think
Right.
that's what Councilor Edwards is asking. Okay, so now I'm going to formally open up the public hearing, if there's no other questions from my colleagues, at 9:05. And please come forward if you'd like to speak on this. Yes, sir. So, Mr. Prophet, you're first. No, we already took a break. We're going to move on so we can be finished before midnight. I'm afraid.
Okay.
Yes.
A couple of points of
Yes, sir.
clarification here. I was at the meeting last night. This is as a result of zoning. And I had to write them down because I wouldn't forget them.
Sure. Thank
Okay.
you.
The issue on TIAs is not that you're going to try to use one that's 20 years old. The issue on TIAs is...
Now, TIA is traffic analysis. Okay.
Right, the
I just want to be
analysis.
sure we're all on
Yeah,
the same page.
Just so
same
that,
page.
the impression was that there were, every time there was a difference or an increase in the development pattern, the applicant might be asked for another analysis. So by the time you get through the entire development and process and make him go through all the hoops he goes through, he might be asked 3 times in a 90-day period. That was not clear. Brandon clarified that. We will not do that.
Okay.
We may not go back a year or more. If the traffic analysis needs to be done and there's been significant enough change, you need an analysis, but you don't need one every 90 days.
Okay.
Okay? That's the point of that. And he clarified that will not be the case. So forget about that as a worry. That's what the TIA thing was all about.
Sorry, but that was, there's a whole separate case. I wasn't even referring to it. I was just giving it as an example.
Yeah.
And I think the clarification last night was the same person in the same process as they go through, because it's needed for each element of the procedure, that the traffic analysis originally done for that particular property will continue for that particular process.
That's correct. But it will continue only if there's a change, a monumental change. I mean, you can't, I present the site plan, you do the site plan, you look at it, we move along, I give you something else on first installment or whatever. I'm not going to do another site or another analysis. It's just not called for.
Right, that's what he said.
That's what Brandon said. Yes.
Have anything to do with 90 days, but there's a whole separate issue of people doing it. But he didn't even put a time frame. It's just if it's called for on.
I put the time frame. I made it up
plat.
because I thought that was reasonable. 5 years is not reasonable.
No, but
Okay, 90 days is not reasonable.
I'm just letting them know there isn't a time frame.
No, there is no time frame. I'm just saying, in close proximity of the whole project, what is reasonable to ask for another traffic analysis? What is that? We don't know, but it's not 3. That's what staff said. repeating what staff said.
Mhm.
And I'm repeating what the misunderstanding was, that we wanted to clarify that we're not going to continually burden the applicant with more requests. Do it once and do it right. If the time period lapses, then you can ask him to do it again. Okay, another thing about all this A through G, this is simply a checklist.
Mhm.
And what this says is, if you can't do this, I'm not going to approve it. It's not individually cutting and pasting stuff up here. These are simple requirements that says, I checked off this, I checked off this, I checked off this, and I can't think of any more. But if you screw up and do that one, you're denied. That's all that says. And flexibility, I have a problem with flexibility on this document, but that's another story. And capricious, yeah, we've been capricious.
Right.
And then,
Mr. Prophet, if you just go ahead and finish. I
Yeah.
don't, do we have a time limit on
No,
public
I'm
hearing?
done.
I don't
I'm
think we
done.
do. That's what I'm thinking, so
my
go
third,
ahead.
My third item is recommendations, and I've forgotten what it's about.
Recommendations? That,
Oh, where's
that Mr. Milan should make a recommendation?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
In fact, I asked last
You
night.
asked it on one of the BOA meetings that I saw.
I asked it last
Yeah.
night.
Oh, you did, but it was the other one that was on in October, and you went up to the podium and you said, "What is staff's recommendation?" You did ask that.
Right. And I don't know legally how you
Yeah.
could write something that would say they can't recommend.
Mhm.
It depends on what your position
Well,
is.
I don't see it here on Exhibit A. Do you?
No.
Yeah.
He was just talking
Yeah,
about
he was
that.
just
And,
talking generally that
in
he
the
would do
past,
it.
He said, I don't rule, I don't
Right.
recommend on BOA. And I had made the request that staff recommend on BOA. We'll decide whether it's a good recommendation or not.
Mhm.
That's
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much. Yes. Mr. Riddle, good evening and welcome. We're so glad you're here.
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
Philip Riddle, Rue Sophie Street.
Mhm.
I
Yes,
want
sir.
to let, also, I'm on the Board of Adjustment.
Yes, sir.
And I printed out these from the website
Mhm.
and went over them. And of course, I had a question last night as far as policy and procedures, item G, as far as, the Board of Adjustment has to have ways to judge what's being presented to them, okay? The checklist is fine, but you cannot take our ability to make our own decisions from the evidence that we've been presented by the applicant and what our code calls for, and say, oh, they didn't do C, so we're not going to approve it. We need to keep our ability to make those kind of calls as far as on the board goes. The board is more than just me. Also, it's theoretically it's 7 other members also, and we
Okay.
all have to vote on it.
Okay, may I just ask, is that still the case? If we pass this, are they still going to have this flexibility? I just heard Mr. Milan say
No.
all A through G has to be
No,
met
ma'am.
in order to.
This is the law.
This is it. So
And
I just want to clarify that, Mr. Riddle.
And
Yeah.
the only reason for that, Mayor and Council, is because it can't be based upon personal feelings. It can't be based upon, just a general opinion about the situation or your feelings. It can't be based on your feelings because that's arbitrary. And we're trying to keep you in line with being able to prove to, in the case that it's appealed to a higher court and district court, we want to be able to prove that we followed all of these guidelines or these checklists to show that it was based on the law, it was based on facts, it had anything to do with your feelings. So.
And I agree with that absolutely, and I think
This is just to help
Right.
guide the Board of Adjustments and help you stay within the law so that in case that it is an appeal, there is an appeal, we can show that we were working within the law and that it was a legal opinion that you gave. It was a legal ruling that you gave because you're quasi-judicial. I mean, all courts have laws and rules that they have to follow as well. I mean, some judges have, they have guidelines on sentencing guidelines that they have to follow. So, and they can't just do it based on how they feel, especially federal judges. So this is to help the Board of Adjustment stay within the law.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to me, you know, the DA last year came out and said, we can no longer keep on putting people in jail for having 2 ounces of pot. That needs to be handled differently, okay? In other words, that is at the discretion of, I forget who he said, I guess the officer that's involved, or the judge when it comes up before him, okay? That's a judgment call by the judge. That's what I'm talking about. The other thing is, yes, I agree with, we need these checklists, absolutely, so that we know what we should be looking for.
I just want to make it clear that it's not just a checklist. It's not a guide. It's the law. And
Okay.
once this gets passed, it'll be the law. It'll be something that you would have to follow just as any other judge would have to follow the law.
So how would this ever get to us then? If they're looking at it at the front end, how would anything ever get to us?
Because they filed as an application for a variance, and it has to, and once they pay the fee,
But he
it
just-
goes to you.
Brandon said they have to meet all this criteria for it to,
They have to prove this to you.
okay. No, is that, so they don't have to prove it to him?
No, this is for you, for the Board of Adjustments.
Okay, and the other thing is, yes, I would like to have Brandon or the staff make a recommendation.
And we'll be able
But
to.
prior to that, Melinda made recommendations. Ms. Nixon always made recommendations. I asked him at our second board meeting about recommendations, and he said he would not do it.
So he explained why, I believe, because he wasn't comfortable, because the criteria was not legally based.
Right. But
So now that's.
previously, everybody had been doing it.
Right, well.
I mean, it's
Well,
kind
we're
of
just
like.
trying to change and get in more
Right.
compliance with the
Right,
law.
and we were not advised that this was a change.
Mhm. Okay.
That we had to accept and deal with,
Mhm.
okay?
Well,
on the board.
mhm. Well, that's why I had asked, was it going to go to the Board of Adjustment, and it didn't have to, it just went through the zoning, so that's
Yeah,
why.
and that's based on our code as well. It's in the zoning, it's under zoning, the zoning commission laws in our code that they review the procedures for the Board of Adjustments. But we want to change that. So for now, it has to go through the zoning commission.
That's why y'all weren't notified.
That's why you weren't notified.
Yeah,
No,
that was
I'm
my
talking-
question.
yeah,
Why-
no,
why weren't y'all notified?
When Brandon was discussing about when they present the applicant's request for the variance, that previously the staff had been making these recommendations for the board. They would
Mhm.
present it
Mhm.
with the ordinances that were involved and make a recommendation. Ms. Melinda did it. Ms.
Mhm.
Nixon did it. Brandon said he would not do it.
Okay. But now he's going to do it with this
Right.
criteria.
And
We
that's,
got
I
that now.
agree with that.
Okay, very good.
Good.
All right.
I
So I
think
just
that
had
would be very helpful.
thank you, Mr. Riddle. I really appreciate it, and thank you for your service on the Board of Adjustment. Do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Milan, I just had a question. If somebody comes to you and they want to apply for a variance
Ma'am.
to the Board of Adjustment, will you give them this criteria so they know they have to get the evidence together,
Yes, ma'am.
A through G?
We are going to amend our applications.
All right,
This is-
great. I
When
think
I was
that's
in
right. You
Bulverde,
said
we
that.
amended our
I'm sorry.
criteria, and we also amended the applications. That way it's clear.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate it. Ms. Joseph, good evening and welcome. I'm glad you're here.
Joseph, 6423 Charter Lane. I have a question. If these are laws that you have, because we're an open home rule charter, is that where these new laws have come from?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh.
There you go.
Does that work?
Mhm.
The new variances, laws, the A through G, where have those come from? Have those come from our
She just read a
home rule.
court case with, had all the elements in it.
There are
Yeah.
several cases that with these
Mm.
elements in it, and so we based our law based on those elements of what's given in case law.
And they are based on that everybody has to meet those A through G.
For the city of Leon Valley, every
I'm
city
asking for the
will,
ones that you've done your research from.
well, yes. I mean, I just read to you the cases that had the basic elements of what the applicant has to approve, and we just expounded on that.
Okay, so this is a result of our home rule charter?
We could always amend the code as long as we didn't violate general law statutes, but it's
But
not
this
really
is not-
basically based on the home rule charter.
Or Texas law?
It's based on Texas case law, yes.
Okay. Then I don't see what you need the Board of Adjustment for. If
Because
somebody
it-
comes to you and says, give them this list, you've got to meet A through G, and they have or have not met it, by the time it gets to us, it's already been marked off, they did, and they didn't, then what do we just look at the papers and say, okay, you didn't meet them?
No, they have to prove, okay, first of all, the Board of Adjustments is a statutorily required
Do you have it?
I understand that, but
committee
it seems
for
like you're
a
eliminating us.
municipality. No, you get to, you still, they have to present their case and convince you that they have met all A through G. That's where your judgment comes in. Have they met the burden of proof to you? Just like with any other judge, when presented with the facts and the law.
Okay. Then what Philip was just referring to is when we were getting some assistance also from either staff or from the, like we had with Melinda before. That was an additional information for us to draw from. So I think that was something that was very helpful to us as part of the guideline. And I understand what Brandon's saying, he's not comfortable with it, but
But he will be with this change.
okay. Okay, that's all I can think of. Thank you.
Thank you. I certainly appreciate it. And Mr. Smith, welcome back. Yes, sir.
Thank you. David Smith, Old Mill Neighborhood. What I like about this the most is that I think it provides consistency on both sides of everything. The applicant very clearly knows at this point what they have to prove, and the board very clearly knows what they're looking for, what they should expect from the applicant. And I think, too, that allows all of our cases, like I said, just the consistency moving forward. I still think the board has the flexibility to render their decision, but it provides, you know, the applicant even a greater power, I think, in their aspect of, now I know what I'm up against. I have to clearly prove, because in one aspect, too, I think that staff already has made a recommendation by the simple fact that it's at the BOA. They've already told the applicant, well, for some reason, this is why. And so the BOA knows going into it, just the simple fact that they have this case. Yeah, that's where I was going with that. Okay. I hope that makes sense.
Okay.
It's late. I'm tired, too.
I know, we're all tired, exactly. So is there anyone else that would like to speak on this agenda item then? So we'll close this public hearing at 9:22, and we will not take a vote until the next meeting. And just an FYI, Councilor Jordan had an emergency and he had to leave, and so he is excused. So thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
I've got just one other comment.
On number 2? Okay.
On this, I
8.2.
can see the number 2, that if someone's coming to the BOA, they've been turned down for their zoning request or whatever they came to community development for, they were turned down for what they wanted to do. So they're appealing to the Board of Adjustment. I can see where staff can give them A through G and tell them this is what's going to be looked at, but I still believe that the Board of Adjustment should have the latitude to pick and choose and say, hey, yes, we agree you meet A, B, C, and D, and we're going to approve your request, or we're going to deny your request. Well, to deny it is just one, but the board should have their latitude to make their decisions based on these A through G, but they don't have to find for all of them. They should be able to pick, and that, that's, as quasi-judicial, that should be their privilege.
But Mr. Martinez, let's go back to the law. And did the law say they have to have all 8 of them? So
Not 8 of them. There's not 8 of them.
Okay, excuse me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Excuse me.
No,
7.
not all of those. There's just like 5 that they have to have.
Okay. Well, whatever the law says is what we have to follow,
Well,
I think.
This is expounding on what is required under the law. And we're doing that in the best interest of the city of Leon Valley so that in the event, like I stated before, that there's an appeal, that we can prove all of these things to the court to show that the Board of Adjustment's findings were based on the law. Okay. So these things, or some of these things are based solely on Leon Valley.
Okay, which ones are those?
Brandon?
Which ones are, I didn't realize that. I thought this all came from the case law, but you're saying that 5 of them do, but 2 of them are unique to our city. So which 2 are those? If you don't mind, I'd like to know.
We'll have to go back through our notes.
Yeah.
Maybe,
I'll go through.
maybe G?
I can list the ones that were existing right now.
There we
So
go.
currently, our criteria for a variance states that.
Which one? Where are we? Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me get my.
There we go. Okay.
While he's doing that, I just wanted to make mention, also just correct this for the record. Brandon does make recommendations at the BOA meetings. He made a recommendation, you've heard the thumb drive, he made a recommendation at the last BOA meeting. Mr. Riddle did not take his recommendation, but he did make one.
But just to clarify, what I saw was he made a recommendation after Mr. Prophet asked him to make a recommendation.
But he made a recommendation.
Did make a recommendation,
Exactly.
that's right.
So to say that Brandon does not, he does.
No, I'm just saying, but I didn't know if he would have made it irregardless of Mr. Prophet's comment or not.
I did not come to the meeting with a recommendation, and I haven't on the previous ones. I've stated the facts of a situation, and at the last meeting, it was requested of me to make a recommendation. We had legal counsel at the meeting that had also stated that recommendation, and I was asked in terms of my opinion on that, and I stated that I concurred with our legal counsel at that meeting. It was my recommendation, and I made a recommendation.
That they grant the variance.
And I stated at the meeting that I was happy to make a recommendation on any of the other findings if the board wished for me to and wanted recommendations.
But you wouldn't self-initiate because of the way.
Because he didn't have this criteria.
15.02.722 was written.
Correct. Yes, sir.
At that point in time. Okay.
Let me just, Mayor and Council, read to you again what the case law stated. And I think that you'll find that these are within those 7 criteria. The applicant must demonstrate that a literal enforcement of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. The applicant must show that the hardship is unique, oppressive, not common to other property, not merely financial, not against the public interest, and not self-imposed. So I believe that A through G encompasses all of those elements.
Okay, so there's not.
We didn't write it verbatim.
You didn't add 2 that were specific to Leon Valley, which I thought you had just said, but okay,
Right,
so they all pertain to the case law.
Right. These are, and that's, it is it is up to the governing body to adopt this criteria. This is simply staff's recommendation
Okay.
for
Sounds
what
good.
potential appropriate criteria would be, and it's ultimately up to y'all to decide whether or not y'all, again, similar to the Board of Adjustment, it's up to y'all to decide whether or not to take my recommendation on potential criteria, or change it, or eliminate some, or maybe add some, or change that. It's up to y'all to
Okay.
make the final
All right,
decision.
that sounds good.
Can
All
I
right,
ask
yes.
another question?
Yes, Counselor.
What I hear you saying, I think, is that you're not going to have a checklist of A through G, and in your opinion, the applicant doesn't meet it, so you're going to eliminate that particular case. You're going to tell them these are the criteria, and then it's up to them to argue the case
Absolutely.
before the Board of Adjustments, or whichever.
Yes, sir.
one.
The way that process would work is we have
Is
an
that right?
application. We have an application that states this criteria. So in making application, the applicant needs to clearly state what they want a variance from, and they need to clearly state how they feel that they meet this individual criteria. So we'll take that application in. I'll do analysis at a staff level and look at what my recommendation is, and work with the city attorney to make sure that she agrees with my recommendation first. And ultimately, whatever her recommendation is what my recommendation will be. And then, and that'll get presented to the board. Usually as a courtesy, staff always lets applicants know in advance of a meeting where staff stands, so nobody likes to be surprised. So they're able to understand where staff stands on it. And so staff will make a presentation with our recommendation. The applicant will have the opportunity to do the same. And ultimately, the board decides, how they feel on those.
So,
Okay, thank you.
So I think this is protecting us for if we get sued, then we have something to rely upon, right? Because if the applicant doesn't agree with the decision, then they can go to the district court.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, they're the only board that has that ability.
Yeah.
So, anyway, is that, fair to say?
That's true, that's true.
And it also makes it really clear for the applicant, because you're giving
Well,
it
that's what
to
I'm
the
saying, yeah,
applicant at the
just
time.
give
I
that
like
to the
that part of
applicant and
it.
say, okay, here's
Yeah,
A
there
through
you
G, go meet your burden,
They're able to prepare.
So, yeah, okay. So, I don't know, I just wanted to make sure, Mr. Martinez, that we kind of hash that out so that we're all on the same page, that this is the criteria that we have to use according to the law. So, I don't know, okay. All right, thank you. So
Yeah.
any other questions, comments? If not, then we need to move on, but thank you. And I did close the public hearing. Yes, I did. All right. Agenda item 8.3, Ms. Postlev, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council amending Chapter 15 zoning code, establishing Section 15.02.326 R1L large lot single-family district, and establishing associated use and development standards, amending Section 15.02.314 residential use table, providing for repealer and severability savings clauses, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Mahan, you're back up.
Thank you again, Mayor and
Yes,
Council.
sir.
So now we get to have fun. We can plan and talk about long-range planning. So the purpose of this code amendment tonight is to potentially amend the code to create a large lot, or you could call it an estate lot type of zoning district. So, typically cities have a range of zoning districts, particularly a range of residential zoning districts that range from agricultural, where, your minimum lot size is 10 acres and you can have horses and barns, all the way down to, a townhouse, or even maybe a small zoning district that allows for tiny houses. You've got that spectrum, that range. The community I just came from in Bulverde had a range of R1. Their R1 was a minimum 10-acre lot.
Oh, wow.
And the smallest lot that they had was, was basically our R1 lot. And you couldn't have townhouses or anything there. This is rural. So that was their spectrum. That was their range. Here in Leon Valley, we're more of an urban community, and we're built out. So right now, our R1 requires a minimum 8,400 square feet. That's basically, like a 60 by 120 type of lot. Typical lot size.
That's
Suburban.
R1.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. That's our R1.
Okay.
And our zoning districts go all the way down, to our I think our R7, which is a small lot zoning district. We have our townhouse lot, which is even smaller. And so, but right now, in terms of our residential zoning districts, the our minimum lot size, our largest minimum lot size is 8,400 square feet, which means there isn't a zoning district in our classification of districts that would potentially allow for a lot larger than 8,400 square feet. And so that's just kind of a zoning district that's missing. As a planner, I think it's important to have a broad range. We may be an urban community, but we definitely still have a diversity of development patterns within this community. We've got small lot development, we've got townhouses, all the way to areas that are still more or less operating as, in terms of intensity and use, is almost agricultural. So it's a good planning to have such a district in place in case that needed to be applied for various reasons, whether to protect an existing area that has sensitive environmental features, or to zone something to make sure it's compatible with existing surrounding lotting patterns that are maybe 1 acre, or we have Monte Robles in the community, that's 1 to 2 acre. Currently, somebody could.
And is that R1?
Yes, ma'am. That's currently
Even though
R1.
it's 1 to 2 acres. Okay.
Absolutely.
All
So, right now, if the minimum lot size is 8,400 square feet, that would require a replat, but it doesn't mean the zoning in that area prevents a smaller lot or subdivisions or anything. There's other processes that go into that. So anyway, that's the purpose of this. I think this is something to look at. As we'll definitely be looking at these things in closer detail as we get into our zoning code revisions. But it's definitely having a larger lot size on hand, so to speak, to potentially allow the zoning commission and the governing body to make a zone change is always good to have more flexibility in the zoning code. So that's the purpose of this district. So I think I always talk without going to my next slide. I think I went through these reasons.
Okay, so the minimum size is going to be 1 acre.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
But it can go up to, there's not a
right,
max, just a minimum of 1 acre.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So right now, with our R1, someone could develop a 5-acre lot subdivision. You could come in and subdivide with zoned R1, and you could still do large lots in that area. That doesn't mean it keeps it from, becoming smaller lots if you wanted to. So really, in terms of the nomenclature that's being proposed here, it's it's a lot of red. I did red line because it was edited. But you look at the details. In many respects, this zoning district is pretty similar to the R1 in terms of the requirements. There's just some differences in setbacks. Minimum lot size obviously is 43,560 square feet. Frontage, minimum frontage is a little bit different. The minimum frontage, I think, for a R1, I think, is 60 feet. Well, for 70. Thank you, Melinda.
70 what?
70 by 120.
70 by 120. Okay.
And so with a large lot, I looked at other communities, and minimum lot frontage of 150. Again, the purpose here is to, if an area were so zoned, make sure that it's developed in that way. So that's why you see a minimum lot frontage of 150. That way you couldn't have, kind of inconsistencies and development patterns in one house right next to another at the side of the lot. That defeats the purpose of the district. It's not how you're getting congested. So, and then setbacks, 50-foot minimum front yard setback, 50-foot minimum rear yard setback to make sure that structures are kind of in the middle of the lot and it stays rural. That's really the basics of the proposed language. The only thing, here's how again, getting into, if we're creating a new zoning district, we need to look at what uses are allowed in that zoning district. So really the same uses that are allowed in the R1 district would be allowed in the R1L district. Okay. So no changes there. In terms of understanding what could happen here, same thing that happens in R1. Yes, sir.
Would Monte Robles be the only city that kind of fall into that?
Monte Robles is currently developed. It's already platted. So that area, if it were 1972 and it were being developed, this would probably be a good zoning district classification for that area. If somebody over there wanted to, say 20 years from now, things change and that area, the composure of that area were maybe changing, then the citizens of that area would have the ability to come in and say, hey, we want to be zoned to this to protect, future patterns or whatnot. There's other areas of town. There's areas to the south, along
that William Rancher property that we purchased that's undeveloped, that would, this, I believe,
Exactly.
would be the area that we would be looking at that
Right.
possibly.
That's another
Okay.
area that's, it's not platted
No, it's not
yet, but
platted.
definitely the existing conditions, the development patterns over there are consistent with a zoning like this.
Okay.
The only thing that to note from the zoning commission, they recommended unanimous approval. Only thing was is they had some feedback on the name of the district, and they recommended that the name of the district not be R-1L, but be RE-1, which that would be an acronym for Rural Estate District.
Okay.
Residential estate. I'm sorry. Yes. 5-2. Okay.
Oh, it's 5-2.
Yeah.
And somebody
Okay.
said REI.
Oh,
That's what it looks
REI,
like.
yeah, that's right. Uh-huh. Okay, Mr. Martinez.
The one thing I have a question on is with the 50-foot setbacks in the front and back. I would like to see a description of a piece of property and what that would leave, and what is it, 30 feet on the side. So how much room in the middle does it have for a person to build a house or build a barn or outbuildings or whatever? How much room is there going to be? Is that 50-foot front and back excessive?
That's a good question. I can draw up a diagram for you.
I'd like to see
before the
that.
next meeting.
Yeah, before the next meeting, that would be great.
Typical hypothetical lot and show how much room you have. for a
Right,
house.
I would like
Yeah.
to see that.
It's a good idea.
The other thing, and I've requested this of staff in the past, please, that the ordinance that you had, go back a few slides. No, not that one. Keep on going. That is unreadable.
Oh.
Please, staff, when you and our whole packet, there's areas where I have to really zoom in to read something, and the other stuff is, the regular presentations are perfect, or the perfect font. And then other stuff, you really have to blow it up and shrink it, and it'd be nice if everything was formatted properly. So
Well,
like one,
yeah,
this should be one.
I was going to say, this
one
could be
column
2
instead of two.
pages, the one page on the left and one page on the right to make it, yeah. But I
Absolutely.
agree, it's hard to read, but,
Recommendation.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, very good. So we do have if there's no other questions from my colleagues, we do have a public hearing, so let me open the public hearing at 9:40 on agenda item 8.3 with the R-1L zoning addition to our code. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this issue? Yes, Cassie, how are you? Good to see you.
I'm good. I'm Cassie.
Great.
I live in Grass Valley.
Uh-huh.
as my
There you
go. I did some quick Googling
Okay.
so that you could get sort of a picture before you get your diagram.
Mhm.
If it's a square-shaped lot,
Mhm.
which you probably wouldn't have, but if it was a square-shaped lot, which would give you the least amount of movement for your house, front back wise, it would be 208-ish feet by 208-ish feet. So that gives you 100 square feet in the middle, kind of, from each direction if you did 50 on each side.
Okay.
So,
Well, thank you for
just
that.
thinking.
Really appreciate it. Okay. Wonderful. Anybody else? Ms. Joseph?
All I want to do is just wish all of you happy holidays and happy Thanksgiving with your families.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. And if there's no other comments on this particular agenda item, then I'll close the public hearing at 9:42. And we will move then to agenda item, and we'll pick this up at the next City Council meeting on December 4th for the second read. And we'll move then to agenda item number 8.5 on the metal detector issue. And Ms. Postle, if you'll please read the ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council authorizing the variance to Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Article 1.09, Parks and Recreation, Division 2, Use Regulations, Sections 1.09.034, Additional Prohibited Uses and Activities, to allow the San Antonio Metal Detecting Club and the Texas Association of Metal Detecting Clubs to use metal detectors in the Huebner Onion Natural Area Park located at 6601 Bandera Road, specifically in the Triangle Area Park at the Huebner Cemetery for their Give Back Recovery Hunt event.
Okay, thank you very much. Melinda,
Thank
good
you, Mayor
evening
and
again,
Council.
and welcome back.
And this is to consider a request by the Historical Society to allow the San Antonio Metal Detecting Club and the Texas Association of Metal Detecting Clubs to use metal detectors at the Huebner Onion Natural Area Park, specifically in the Triangle Park area and at the Huebner Cemetery, for their event that's coming up. It's a Give Back Recovery event. They are hosting an event. It's going to be held January the 12th, and they'll start at the Huebner Onion Homestead. And during this event, any historical artifacts that are found on city property are to be given over for curation. So, just so you know. Any of the sites that get disturbed following a metal detector alert will be restored to its previous condition. Any prehistoric or historic artifacts recovered will be submitted to the city. We'll have them inventoried and curated through the licensed curatorial facility. The nearest of these is at UTSA. Artifacts are considered the property of the state of Texas and classified as state-held in trust cultural property. We can use whatever state licensed facility we want, but like I said, that we would like to use UTSA. If they're not available, the next ones are the Center for Archaeological Studies at Texas State U and then University of Texas. Once we do that, the artifacts can then be loaned back to the Historical Society or the city for display. The areas of greatest concentration of any of these artifacts will be recorded, so we'll have actually a site map showing where we found them, and we can make a really cool display that shows the map and where it was found and what it is. It's going to be really neat. It'll give the city greater enforcement powers over any unlawful collection of artifacts from our property as well. There is a cost associated with the pedestrian survey and site recordation, and I'll show you that under fiscal impact. And at the end of this process, we'll be in full compliance with the Antiquities Code. As you know, we already have artifacts that are being held for us by the Leon Valley Historical Society, so those would go into the box with any new ones being found, and it would all get curated at the same time, and then we're in compliance. The expense of the curation is probably going to be around $500. I don't expect like a mother lode of treasure to be found. There's small items, most probably beard caps, maybe some coins, things like that.
Small bottles.
Small bottles. If we got really lucky, we'd find the plaque that goes in the middle of the Huebner grave site. That's what I'm really hoping for. But those all fit into a cardboard box, and that's what they base it on. And so our code does not allow metal detecting in any of our parks. And so this is what their criteria is for asking and granting a variance. They have to give the detailed explanation, a signed statement, and I think you got that in the form of their letter to you. And then, of course, it went before the Park Commission. And we've gone through all this already. They've said that the request is consistent with the goal of the article. The granting of the variance is not going to cause significant harm to any person or group of persons or being in violation of regulatory requirements. The activity is not going to disturb the peace and dignity of the surrounding residential neighborhoods. And then the City Council may grant a variance for such a term and in accordance with any conditions deemed appropriate. The city may require a person granted a variance to file some reports, so you could actually ask them to come up with a report at the end of this event. And as I'd said, it's going to cost about $500, right around there, and that can just come out of Public Works funds.
Okay, thank you.
At the November 8 Park Commission meeting, they recommended approval of the request with the following conditions. No metal detecting will be allowed within the stone walls of the Huebner Cemetery. As you know, it's got the stone wall and it's got an outer metal fence around it. They said inside the metal fence, but not inside the stone part of it.
Yeah.
Metal detecting would be performed no further than 20 foot on either side of the trail that's in the Huebner Area Natural Park because they didn't want them disturbing the deer population. And then metal detecting would be allowed in the tree grove that once housed the pig pens and then other outbuildings in the Natural Area Park and, of course, also in the Triangle Park area. And that concludes my presentation. Does anybody have any questions?
Yes, Counselor Alcacer, go ahead.
We also have Ms. Lyle here from the Historical Society who'd be happy to answer your
Lyle,
questions.
how are you? Good to see you. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
My first question is, their request in the letter is
Yes.
different from what you're offering them, and I was wondering what was that? Why was that? Like, they didn't ask for the trails and the things like
That
that.
came through the meeting at the Park Commission, with the Park Commission and discussions between Ms. Lyle and them. Captain Dean apparently had been around for a very long time and had been on this property way back when there were outbuildings out there. And so he was talking about, he wished that they would go metal detect around there because they'd probably come up with some really good finds, like old barbed wire, maybe some old branding irons, things like of that nature.
In what area?
There's a little tree grove right across from the back of the barn. So if you go through the
yeah.
creek and there's that tree grove right there, there used to be outbuildings like pig enclosures and things like that. Apparently they got torn down and they're now gone, but he thinks that there's going to be some really good metal finds right there.
Well, one of the, we have something in storage. Do you remember that, Melinda? We put something in storage. One of the buildings.
Arrowheads and things like that.
Well,
and then
but
we have
no,
one building.
we have
yes.
one building that we actually, I don't know, this was years ago. We took it down and we've stored it.
Yes.
And so it'll be brought back whenever they renovate the property. But I was wondering why they weren't going to do the creek. I mean,
I'll let Ms. Lyle.
you know, I mean, that's where the Indians all hung out, was in the water, right? Or by the water, right? I mean, okay, go ahead.
Well,
Excuse me, and I'm sorry.
in our original request, we were asking for the triangle area and around the gravesite and behind the barn, that area. And then in the discussion, we came with the agreement that the whole natural area that we could go access to. So that would include that area. But right behind the barn in that area, the metal detecting group thinks that's a very prime area of possibilities of finding some things. But yes, along that creek area.
Okay, good. And I'm sorry I interrupted Ms. Alcacer because I'm tired and I'm rude and I don't mean to be. So excuse me, I just get all excited because I love the natural area. But would you please continue and please accept my apologies? Sorry.
Quite all right.
Okay, thank you.
Does the thing about the artifacts apply to private property, or does that just apply to?
We're still waiting on a final answer to that question. We've heard different opinions, but we are talking with UTSA, Paul Marceau, who's a director of their the Center for Archaeological Research, and he's he thinks it does not apply since we're a historical society, but he's getting a definite answer on that to make sure.
Okay.
Because we want to make sure that we're following all of the requirements and making sure we stay legal with everything.
Okay. Well, I was
and during the actual metal detecting event, we are asking to have archaeologists present during that time so that we make sure we do everything properly. Can't talk today. That we make sure we follow all our P's and Q's to make sure we do everything properly for historical preservation.
So I was more wondering if, like, on where the properties we own, you find things, are they saying they belong to the state of Texas?
Those belong to the state when it's a municipality.
I think I've been stealing from the state, but I didn't say that. Anyway.
One we have on some of those recordings.
All right, Chief, come arrest Miss Alcacer. He's not hearing it. Come arrest her. She's been stealing property, artifacts on her property. She's just admitted it. Okay.
We've given away hundreds of.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And those do become property of the state and need to be curated, and then typically they're loaned back to the city. And then the city can display them accordingly.
I don't think any private property owners know that.
But if it's private property, that's a different situation.
That's what I'm asking.
But when it's owned by a municipality,
Since
So,
no, she
and
didn't
that's where
steal.
the question, right now, we're trying to get clarification, since the homestead is owned by the Historical Society, and since that's a nonprofit, do those laws apply to the same thing there? Do we need an archaeological permit? And that's what we're working with UTSA to make sure we follow everything and
Okay,
go
so all the
correctly on that.
artifacts we gave away came from private property.
That's
Anyway, my other question is, why are they, it seems to me that the area inside the brick wall would be just as important, especially over time, and why did they want to restrict that?
Nobody really knows what's buried there. And
Yeah.
so we would hate to have a dig and a bone.
Yeah.
Just saying. There, who knows? When we were doing the environmental assessment for the Hike and Bike Trail, one of the archaeologists that came out there said, if you dig in a straight line north to south, because apparently back in the old days they buried you with your head to the east and your feet to the west, you'll probably be able to knock up some dust on some squares that could be graves. And so Captain Dean does not want anybody inside those stone walls. It really freaked him out.
He's pretty adamant.
It could happen outside it too. for
It
that
could.
matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
The chances are not as big.
Well, don't they still say it was Hebner and then a Salazar child that's buried there? That's what I've always. Yeah. Go ahead. That's what I've always heard.
Yeah, well, and it's actually in the interview from Mrs. Onion. It was, and Mrs. Salazar said it was a Camacho
Oh.
baby.
Okay, Camacho
Is
baby,
what
not a Salazar
she
baby.
said
Okay.
in her interview.
Okay.
But that was in the Salazar family.
Okay.
So anyway, but they said when I was talking to Paul Marceau, he said typically, unless there's been a lot of erosion to the soil, we would not be digging down deep enough to probably find any remains, even outside. There are other ways to determine that, ground penetrating radar and all of that kind of stuff, but that's also a cost involved in that, and that's probably, not likely to be done unless there's some suspicion.
Okay.
Are we allowed to bring our own metal detectors?
Pardon?
Can we bring our own metal detectors and go around with the people?
You know what? Let me check and find out.
I want to come.
Okay.
I do.
That's, yeah. And so we're going to have to find out exactly how many observers we can have and so on and so forth, because they're talking possibility, depending on how large of an area we're metal detecting, 50 to 100 people out there metal detecting.
Oh, wow.
And this is also a fundraiser that they're going to be doing. They're going to be selling lunches, and they're going to be doing raffles and to all of the participants, and all of the proceeds from that will go to the Historical
And
Society.
so they can sell tag-alongs.
And so I'll find out how that works. Yeah.
Well, especially if you want people to come, so you need to advertise it.
Yeah, so that's what we don't know how much of this is going to
No,
be
exactly.
open up, because the ones that are actually doing the metal detecting, they have a code of ethics they have to follow, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
So
Now, as I read the packet, we need to determine the term, right? Is it just for this one day?
Just for the
this
one
variance
day.
for one day only? Okay. And then we can ask for a report. And I think we should. I'd like to see what all you found and
yes.
pictures and stuff like that. Would that be all right with y'all?
And we
Okay.
are inviting news media.
Okay, very good. Yes, Councilor Martinez.
I have one question for staff. Why is metal detecting prohibited in parks?
Because you have a lot of amateurs out there, and they won't come back and cover up where they dug. They just leave big old holes. It's been in
They'll
our
keep what
experience.
they find.
And they keep what they find.
Money.
If they find that, a jar of gold coins,
They're not coming back.
No, did you, Melinda, you probably remember this. I mean, like years and years and years ago, there was this man came to one of the historical functions, I mean, probably 15 years ago, and he had scoured the creek, and he had like hundreds of arrowheads. And he kept them. He didn't turn them in. Yeah, because but, so who knows?
You hear that, Chief?
Yeah, that was a long time ago. Anyway, but do you remember that, Melinda?
I don't, but
Okay.
I wasn't
Yeah.
in on that day.
Okay,
so.
all right, very good. So, thank you, Ms. Lyle. Any other questions? There's no public hearing here. Any other questions from our participants this evening? Okay, very good. Well, then we will, this is our first read, and we'll have our second read on December the 4th. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving. Okay, then moving then to agenda item 8.6. Ms. Postole, if you'll please read that.
An ordinance of the
Budget
City of
adjustment.
Leon Valley, Texas City Council amending the general fund of the City of Leon Valley, Texas municipal budget for fiscal year 2018-2019 in the amount of $100,000 to provide proper funding for the general fund, providing for repeal or severability and savings clauses, and for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Moritz, if you'll continue, please, on this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. The purpose of this is to consider approval of an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment for the general fund in the amount of $100,000. The funding would come from the red light camera traffic safety reserve to construct a crosswalk on Hebner at Balky to facilitate the kids that are crossing from John Marshall High School to and from the Canterfield neighborhood. The crosswalk on Hebner at Balky will assist the high school students going to or coming from school crossing Hebner at Balky to get to their neighborhood. Right now, there's no crosswalk at that location. The proposed crosswalk would include flashing LED crosswalk signs, push-button activation, the in-pavement lighting like we have now over at the bridge, and then pavement markings about 200 feet on either side to warn people that there is a crosswalk there. And this just shows you an aerial. This is where the kids come down here, and they come here, and then they cross here. And right now it's pretty dangerous because people are coming from the city of San Antonio, and they're going 45, and then they're having to slow down to 35 here, but they don't do it. And so the kids are basically taking their lives in their little hands.
Frogger.
And this just gives you an aerial view here. This is at Chaparral, and they come down, cross over here at Balky. So the crosswalk itself would cost about $90,000. We figured engineering in at $10,000 for a total of $100,000. The red light camera traffic safety reserve was estimated to be $211,775 as of September 30th. As you know, they're unaudited right now. A budget adjustment in the amount of $75,801 was recently approved, and that was for
What was that for?
The Wurzbach at Exchange Parkway traffic signal system.
Traffic signal, that's right.
So that brought the fund down to $135,974. But as you know, those funds can only be used for traffic safety initiatives, and these crosswalks qualify for that type of funding. So our recommendation is to approve the ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment in the amount of $100,000 to construct the crosswalk on Hebner at Balky. Does anybody have any questions?
So that leaves us a balance of $35,000.
Yes, ma'am, for this year.
Uh-huh.
I was going to do 3 or 4, but
Yeah.
then Vicki shot me down. So.
Okay.
Mayor, council, it leaves you a budget, an unaudited budget
Yeah,
of $35,000
Yeah.
at the end of September.
Right,
You still have
right,
revenues
right.
for 2 months.
Right,
after that.
right. But I'm saying we don't know what that is. Yes, Councilman.
Melinda, I had a question. I wrote it down. Besides this Hebner and Balky, I understand there might be a few more crosswalk issues similar to this one. Is there any way that we can then look into those?
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, I had when we'd gotten these complaints and I started looking up the prices for crosswalks, I was like, ooh, well, we need to add in the one at Peachtree and Potts. Ooh, but then I need to add in the one that's on Evers at Canterfield because that's actually a school crossing there. Yeah. Oh, but then we need to also do the one at Hebner at Leon Valley Elementary School. And then there's another one that I'd like to do too, but then my list got to about 20 of them, and then Vicki brought me back down to earth. She was like, "You got 135,000. What are you going to do?" Oh, we'll do one.
Mm-hmm. And gosh, I was just wondering if we could get a deal. I'm telling you, 2 for the price of one. 2 for the price of one.
Insurance.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Just wondering.
You could give me 4. You could give me the other 3 out of the general fund.
Okay.
Just kidding.
Very good. Chief, what would you like to say?
Mayor and Council,
Mm-hmm.
you recommended or you made ask a question about the rest of them.
Mm-hmm.
There is a recommendation from the Citizen Police Advisory Committee I haven't gone in and kind of tallied them up yet to figure out what comes up as first, second, or
Okay.
third. So these crosswalks were at the top of their list, though. I'm thinking their number one in their mind at the time was the one at Evers and Grass Valley, was the number one in their mind. But this is fine, not a problem. It is the same thought process that they have, because we're also concerned about the other one at Hebner right in front of the school. So all of those were on their list, along with the flashing stop signs in many of the neighborhoods. And then Melinda brought up the audible, what do you call them, the crosswalk audibles,
What, start talking to you like 10,
Exactly.
9, 8?
Exactly.
Okay, yeah.
And so there's 4 or
Right.
5 locations of that. So that's pretty much what's on the list.
Okay.
And we're going to get in front of y'all in the near future and show you what that list is, and kind of throw it out there to
Prioritize
y'all.
it.
And so the thought process, because of kind of what you just talked about, is we don't know until we've got the money in hand. We don't know what we have. And so if we can get a list that's from y'all that says this is number 1 to number 15, as enough money comes in to do number 3, and then we do 3, and now we got enough money for number 4, we do 4 throughout the year. But it's an approved list, so that's where we're working towards. This was something that was brought up. I know it was brought up to Councilwoman, and I know it had been brought up to Melinda, and I think it had been brought up to Ms. Kinsler as well. So it was just one of those that they felt was very important to get it up at the front of the list.
Actually, this one went through the audit system. I believe Councilor Rodriguez got complaints from neighbors about kids crossing the street there. We put it in the system, and it kind of worked its way through to here, but yeah.
So, and the one
audit
thing that was
complaint.
brought up to me about this one neighborhood, as I talked to people in that neighborhood, was that it's actually showing that the kids are coming back, so the families are moving back in, because it's not been an issue for a while. But now that you're having more kids move into the neighborhoods, they're walking to school, now you're having more problems. And so that's a good sign for the community, that you're having the health of the community. You got families moving in with kids, and so that's good. So we definitely have a list for you. We'll get it in front of you in the very near future, and it might be something that on the red light camera aspect, and I was going to talk to the boss about it and y'all about it as well. Maybe we can put that in the town hall meeting under red light camera. So.
Yeah, definitely. I think so. Yeah, people can vote on it, but hey, it's the late fees. Look at the first month.
Right.
We're going to have, and we don't have to share it with the state.
And
And
that
that all
but
goes
that's
to
not-
tier 2. So
what's-
that's a fund.
What's strange about that was not indicative of this last year. We weren't getting 20,000 a month. So
Do you think that's going to go down?
I don't know. I
Oh,
mean,
okay. Who knows, right?
Well, the
Well, we got
holidays are coming up.
86,000 for, what, February to September. That was 86,000.
Right.
So.
it's
Okay, and then I just had a question. What about in front of the library? Is that all fixed? I mean, as far as nothing else is going to happen there? Although I feel like I take my life in my hand when I cross there.
Yeah, I know,
With my
right?
3-year-old granddaughter, because people don't stop.
He has stepped up the
They
enforcement.
don't stop.
The police enforcement in that area, they've
Uh-huh.
stepped that up, and then, of course, we've got the in-ground lights in there. But if people continue to not pay attention to the speed limit through there, we may end up having to put those bollards back.
Okay, or how about that? Just is that
That's
not
the
effective? Is
bollard.
that the one right in the middle? Okay, yeah, because I'm telling you, they don't stop. They really
We had our
don't.
engineer out there, and he couldn't believe it. He was
Yeah,
like, because I
it's
told him, I
crazy.
said, they're not slowing down. I don't think those lights are bright enough in the ground. He
Exactly.
was like, no, they are bright
Exactly.
enough. But then
Well,
he
I'm
sat
glad
there and
you-
watched the traffic, and he was like, you've got an enforcement problem. And so I immediately told
Yeah.
him about it. So
Okay.
he's had his people out.
Okay, very good. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Really appreciate that. I'm glad we're able to get another crosswalk for safety. That's great. Okay, moving then to agenda item number. Oh, I'm sorry. Hello, Cassie. I'm so sorry. Yes, go ahead.
I don't think you technically ever opened it for public comment.
Well, no, but it's always public comment, as you know, according to our local rules. So I just. Yeah.
I had a couple questions. One was on the maps and pictures, if they were just mislabeled with it being Chaparral, because I swear that street is Redbird.
First one, turn it away.
Because according to the map and according to the fact that I got in an accident there last year, that's Redbird.
Really? That's Redbird, huh? Is that the first street as you coming in from, it is
Unless the
Redbird.
map's not oriented
Chaparral is the
correctly.
next one, is the next one.
Okay, I was just checking. I didn't want to be crazy. And then I'm just wondering the process of deciding why the crosswalk's going in at Balky across instead of from Redbird across. That's all. I was just wondering the process there.
Probably because, I don't know, in Bulky, the last street on that side.
Last street in
yeah.
our city limits.
Right.
So anything out
Yeah.
past, actually,
This was an engineered project as well.
this is our city limit line, right here. I know. As you can tell by the potholes.
Oh, I gotta do that letter. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Anyone else have a question or comment on any of that? Okay, thank you. I appreciate your patience. All right, then we have another budget adjustment, number 8.7, and Ms. Pasley, if you'll please read that.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council amending the Community Center Fund budget of the City of Leon Valley, Texas municipal budget for fiscal year 2018-2019 in the amount of $45,000 to provide funding for Leon Valley Community Center audiovisual and networking equipment, providing for repealer, severability, and saving clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Oh, Crystal, have a new face up there. Okay.
I know. I got
Good
tired
mor-
of Brandon and Melinda.
Okay, good evening and welcome.
Good evening,
So
Mayor and
glad you're
Council. And so I'm kind of going to, we talked last time, we were at the last council meeting, and we talked about the concerns that we had at the Leon Valley Conference Center. And we have some networking concerns, sound, because there's some crackling on some of the speakers over there. The Turning Point program working for the clickers for the town hall meeting. And the visual aspect of the people in the back being able to see what's being presented. And so staff went out for quotes, and we discovered that it looks like it'll cost under $50,000 in order to do the changes to the conference center in order to get that stuff rectified. Get a new laptop over there, get the networking connections to the Wi-Fi over there corrected, get the sound system corrected, as well as the projection for y'all to be able to see the screens in the back corrected. And so when we went out for quotes, we had Electrolink at 32, Artcom at 44, and Mimi's at 8,000. There's stuff in the individual quotes I sent to the council.
Got it.
I forget, Monday I think it was. And so staff is pretty confident that we could do the changes in the conference center with the laptop and using possibly 2 TV screens, replicating what's being projected on the projector, getting the sound system rectified for under $50,000. So we're asking for a $45,000 budget adjustment, and we would be working with our IT vendor, Barcom, to make the selection on who we end up going with. But it's going to come down to cost and whether or not the project can be completed before the town hall meeting.
Okay. Now, just because is networking equal internet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
there
So
we
it's
go.
networking
Just
and
one-
cabling.
Okay.
So what
I
was
thought
put-
that was the issue was we didn't have enough internet speed.
Correct.
Or,
Well,
whatever.
that's part of the issue. I mean, I can probably continue to work with what we have. We've used Turning Point before with that same internet system when we've used the clickers in the past. It hadn't been too much of an issue. I think just over time when people enter the facility, they automatically connect to our Wi-Fi there at the conference center. But it does need to be fixed. It needs to be upgraded. And while we were looking at this in its entirety, we thought we would just go ahead and do that.
Sure.
That cost for the networking corrections pretty minimal. It's not really included in the cost through Electrolink and Artcom because Barcom is our IT people. We wanted to keep the network component because everything at City Hall, everything at the library, at the fire department. Barcom is the person that manages our networking and cabling and stuff. And so that they're going to be the ones that do the internet portion of that, but the cost is pretty minimal there, but it's still included with the $45,000 and what I'm requesting today.
Okay, so it's not in these bids, but it's an additional charge that's nominal.
Correct.
Is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay.
Because I also need a new laptop for that. It's not included in there. But in discussing with Barcom and Barcom's team, we feel that we can do the sound, the visual, as well as the networking, get a new laptop that'll work with Turning Point, all for about $45,000. That's why I'm requesting $45,000.
Okay, all right, very good. So, anyone else that'd like to ask more questions on this? I know this is very important that we get this up and running
Right.
before
So this is the first
end
read.
of-
Y'all won't be making the decision tonight. We'll have one more read after this, whether or not for y'all to approve the budget adjustment.
So I guess I just want to know the process. So we've got these three bids, and really they're pretty, I mean, one is very low, and the other two are pretty comparable, 45 and 32.
Correct.
So how would you go about deciding?
I'm going to go probably with the least cost. I mean, that's what we do.
8,000?
No, I'm
okay,
sorry.
So that one
the
you'll
least
put
cost for the
aside.
most quality. Correct. The 8,000 and speaking with
32 or
Mimi's.
42?
Correct.
Okay.
And I think I said that in the email that I sent you. It's going to be one of the two.
I just
Mimi's, and
printed off
speaking with
everything.
them, they didn't really understand everything that needed to be done, and so even Barcom looked at their quote and had a conversation. Adrian's not here tonight, but Nicole's here. As representative.
Hi,
She's
how are
been here the
you?
whole meeting, so.
No.
And so we all agree that Mimi's wasn't one to consider,
Okay.
but we're looking at Arcom and Electrolink. I sent them out an email requesting them to quote me out on 2 TV screens to replicate the projector.
Okay.
So we're moving 2 projectors out of Artcom's bid, because I think Artcom quoted me on 2 projectors, if I'm not mistaken. And so it'll come down to cost. Whoever the least cost is, I'm gonna have them both come out one more time between now and the next council meeting to kind of
good.
seal that down just a little bit, or drill that down just a little bit. Though Barcom will meet with me, but the budget adjustment and the amount won't change, and that's what council's deciding this evening. Y'all aren't deciding on what vendor I select. Y'all are deciding on just the budget adjustment.
Okay, but you'll still show us next time Artcom and Electrolink, whatever they come back with their adjustment on the screens?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you the
just show
total
it to us.
dollar, the total dollar amount. But again, y'all wouldn't be selecting who the vendor is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand. And with the caveat that they will guarantee that we'll get this thing fixed by the 26th
Correct. That's
of
going to,
January?
that's really going to be
Okay.
also another piece to that is that we need to make sure it's
To
the
me, it's
timeline issue.
Okay.
And just so y'all know, I mean, we've worked with both Electrolink and Artcom. They have both been vendors for us.
Oh, really?
And so the city doesn't have issue or hasn't had issues with either of those companies. And so either selection, I think, would be just fine.
Okay, very good.
Just thank you for working so hard on this.
Okay, thank you. And Counselor Martinez, I know you've got the background on all of this, so what would you say?
The only thing that I really noticed is that the 2 bids seem like they're completely opposite. Like they weren't given the same criteria going in, because there's a big disparity between the 2 bids that doesn't look like they had the same starting point.
I mean, Maribel was with me on both quotes, if I'm not mistaken, or she did Mimi's, I think, by herself because I was in another meeting. But, I mean, it's all the same stuff. It's all audio, visual is the main component. And again, with Artcom, we kind of switched up because I liked your idea on the TV screens. That was a great idea. I didn't even think about that. So I'm asking them to quote the 2 TV screens. Artcom thought that was great. I was talking to Ben. Ben thought it was great. And so they're going to go ahead and quote the 2 TV screens as well as Kenny from Electrolink and have it as a replicated from the projector. The other thing that both vendors are going to do is look at the projector and make sure that, I mean, we may not have to expend the funds on the projector. I mean, it may just need a bulb change, and then we would just replicate what's on the projector onto the TV screens. So that's going to be between now and the next council meeting. We'll have just a little bit better of an idea as to what the dollar amount is specifically. I mean, I can drill down just a little bit more. But for right now, and speaking with Bartcom and with the quotes we've had and speaking with all our vendors, we're pretty confident we can do it for that amount.
The only other thing I kind of caught my eye is on one of them, and I forget which quote had it. They want to have 6 zones in the conference center. Right now, with our present system, all we have is 3 zones, and why would we need 6 zones in?
Correct. Barcom, who is our IT vendor, did catch that, and so again, when we make the selection, we're not going to go above and beyond what we currently have. We're just trying to upgrade, and Nicole can probably comment on this, but is just basically changing out what we have for it to work. It's really not even upgrading. It is basically essentially changing out some of our systems so that way we don't have what we had at the coffee.
Well, it is upgrading it. You're upgrading the equipment, but the other thing you're doing is, as you're working with these vendors, you want to get it down, and that's what y'all are doing. You want to make sure you're comparing apples to apples,
right,
so that once the 2 apples look exactly alike in the quotes,
correct,
that your taxpayer is getting the best bang for their buck.
And right now, it looks like we're doing apples to oranges.
And that's why I'm saying that's why they're working with them, so that they can get to
And that's why I'd
apples
like for you to bring
apples.
us back the updated
Right.
Correct.
comparison for the next time, so we can
Send it
see
as
that
soon as
apple to
possible.
apple.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I said, I'll do it as you're trying to accomplish something with Thanksgiving and Christmas
I know,
holiday season.
I know.
And the new year, and so getting the vendors out here sometime, and our schedules and everybody's kind of coordinating for all of this to happen in the time frame we're requesting. Even Adrian and Philip couldn't come out tonight because they already had tonight scheduled off, and so just kind of making sure everybody's schedule coordinates, because this was fairly new from 2 weeks ago to now, so it's coordinating everybody's schedule to make sure that this happens in the correct time frame.
Okay. Now, is there going to be a warranty on this?
All our equipment
Okay.
usually does.
And are we going to test it before the town hall meeting to make sure everything works?
It depends on
It
how
gets
close
all-
how
okay,
close that
all
line
right.
is, but I'm hoping
And then,
so.
yeah, and then thirdly, I'm assuming that this money is going to come out of our reserve fund.
No, it's the community and conference, and that's what the budget adjustment is
Oh,
for.
that's right, I read that. We had 77,000 in there, and I read that. That's right, I forgot, yeah, I read it. Okay, I just was wondering where we were getting the money, and the answer was there.
So I'm hoping to have a few
Okay.
more details for y'all next
Okay.
time. But we're just moving along, and I needed the first read to come out now so we could have the second read in December. So we're plugging along. We still have to check for hub vendors. Rhonda's working on that portion of it.
Okay.
And so, we just have to continue to move forward. But because we require 2 reads,
Exactly. Okay, well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Do appreciate it. On agenda number 8, and I said that I would bring it up to my colleagues. Counselor Jordan left, and he said, because he had an emergency, but he had asked me to request a postponement on number 8, 8.8 to the next meeting so he could participate in the discussion. So I said I would bring it up, and I just wanted to see how my colleagues felt about that.
Since I won them over on this, I have no problem with it. It's not something that we
Yeah.
have to do immediately, and there's no rush to it.
I third that.
Okay, I agree. So I just want to be sure. I
Fourth,
said I
fifth,
would
and
bring it up,
sixth
and I
then.
wanted to respect Mr. Martinez's request, so. Okay, so do we need a motion to just table it to the next meeting? Okay, could, Mr. Martinez, Councilor Martinez, could you make a motion to table agenda number 8.8 to the next meeting, please?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. We table the item 8 till the next city council meeting.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Alcacer to table regular agenda item number 8.8 to the next city council meeting, December the 4th. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The motion does carry. Agenda item number 9, anyone else like to address the council during citizens to be heard? Oh, come on. Okay, all right. Yeah, we got to make it till, midnight. I'm just teasing. Okay, without further ado and no objection, we move to adjourn at 10:22 on Tuesday, November the 20th. And thank you all very much. Again, have a wonderful Thanksgiving, and we'll see you next
Be safe.
week. And be safe, yeah. Thank you all.